never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The Pentagon vowing to turn over every rock to find the source of a U.S. intelligence leak.
I've been convening senior department leaders daily on our response, and I've directed an urgent cross-department effort.
A batch of what appear to be classified documents have recently leaked online. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin on Tuesday said authorities are working to find the source and determine the scope of the leak. Austin referred the matter to the Justice Department, which has opened a criminal investigation. The Biden administration is laying out plans to disrupt the flow of fentanyl into the U.S. The plan includes issuing sanctions to financially cripple illegal drug syndicates in Mexico and ramping up efforts to target money laundering activity related to drug trafficking. The White House is also calling on Congress to permanently classify fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I drugs. If you're worried about your finances, you're not alone.
58% of Americans say they live paycheck to paycheck, or nearly 6 in 10, according to a new survey from CNBC Momentive. That survey also found that 70% are stressed about their personal finances. Why? Well, another 60% of respondents say inflation is the reason for their financial woes, no matter their income bracket. I'm John Schaefer.
New York's Governor Kathy Hochul vowing to protect reproductive health following a Texas judge's decision to block a widely used abortion pill.
And last year, the attacks were on abortion procedures. This year, medication abortion. What's next? Contraception? Birth control? Well, I'm here to say, not New York, not now, not ever.
The conservative judge suspended the FDA's approval of mifepristone. Hochul says New York is stockpiling a 5-year supply of another abortion drug called misoprostol. This is USA News.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte combo orders. Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, no matter how many times I've washed it.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried new Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products. Save on Downy Rinse and Refresh at Target.
A massive industrial fire in Indiana is prompting evacuation orders. The blaze, said to be contained, broke out Tuesday at a recycling plant in Richmond, where a large cloud of thick black smoke could be seen coming from the facility. Winds reportedly began carrying the smoke into Ohio. The fire marshal said the smoke is definitely toxic. The evacuation zone impacts roughly 2,000 residents. Police say a shooting outside a funeral home in northeast Washington, D.C. was a targeted attack.
It's unfortunate that someone would be so brazen to do such an act, let alone at a funeral. I mean, how low can you be?
D.C. Police Chief Robert Conti says 4 people were shot. 1 person is dead. The suspect was still at large. Police body cam footage of the Louisville Bank shooting shows officers moving in to engage the suspect while encountering heavy fire. The footage out Tuesday captures the moment police opened fire, killing the 25-year-old gunman.
I think I got him down. I think he's down.
Police say after he killed 5 people and injured over a half dozen, he laid in wait in the lobby for police and started shooting at them. And attorneys for a Texas man who was convicted of killing a Black Lives Matter protester want a new trial now. A jury in Austin found Daniel Perry guilty of murder last week. The court papers are drawing questions on the case. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying during times when they really can't speak.
Mm-hmm.
She says her gums are irritated.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you can do? Absolutely. You can try New Crest Advanced Gum Restore.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. It detoxifies below the gum line to restore your gums back to health in just 7 days.
Oh,
Exactly. Healthy gums, healthy mouth.
New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. Healthy, beautiful smiles for life.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then. Clear your throat. Do a little vocal warm-up here. Are we ready to roll? Hey, ready or not, without further ado, welcome aboard. Here we go, midweek coming on already. Another Wednesday on the way. That would be Hump Day. Now, what are we looking at? 12th day of April. So already rolling into mid-April. Time flies, I'm telling you. Summer just around the corner. Hey, we got a big show coming your way tonight. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Have you broke out the shorts and the t-shirts yet? How about the sunglasses? You might need those. Yes, indeed. Beautiful night for trailer trucking. Most of the country not dealing with precipitation. Yeah, I see, hard-pressed to find pretty much anywhere with any shower activity. Definitely no snow in the mix that I'm seeing here. Not only will the warmth continue to surge into the Midwest and the Northeast, right on through the rest of this week, we'll maybe talking about some daily record high temperatures. Now, keep in mind, all good things must come to an end. Ever heard that? Forecasters warn, according to AccuWeather, rounds of chilly weather are forecast to return to parts of the country starting this weekend in some areas and early next week for others. So it's going to be kind of a big tease, if you know what I mean. But for those waiting for a stretch of days with dry, warm weather, kind of jumpstart your exercise routines. Get back on the golf course. Catch up on some of the outdoor projects. It's going to be ideal weather. Plenty of sunshine, low humidity, warm afternoons. This is a very summer-like pattern on the weather maps. Big area of high pressure at most levels of the atmosphere, centered smack over the middle of the country. The only thing absent is going to be high humidity. Now, a number of daily highs challenged in the southwest, already into portions of the central and southern plains this past day. Phoenix, you topped out at 98 degrees this past afternoon. That was a daily record high. Let's see, Sky Harbor, Phoenix Sky Harbor, 99 degrees. Denver shattered the old record of 80 degrees. Sat most recently in 1982. You topped out at 85 Tuesday afternoon. All that warm air is beginning to expand eastward and intensifying through midweek over the Midwest and finally the Northeast Thursday into Friday. Highs and lows in Chicago between now and Thursday. Going to be a good 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. You can expect afternoon temperatures well into the 70s. You'll start the day probably in the mid-50s. Not bad at all. The surging warmth will accelerate the thaw over the northern tier of the country and the central states. We've been talking about the potential for flooding, some local ice jam flooding this week that may be followed by significant rises in flooding on some of our major rivers in the days and weeks ahead. As that warm expands to the east Thursday and Friday, widespread high 70s and 80s are in store. Since temperatures are projected to reach the upper 80s in some of the major cities, the combination of dry air, a breeze, and the heat island effect that can allow temperatures to reach maybe 90 in some locations. Some of the cities that could flirt with 90 degrees will include Washington, D.C., Baltimore, and Richmond, Virginia. Afternoon temperatures Thursday and Friday, at least the mid-80s for Philadelphia and New York City. You'll probably peak about the 80-degree mark there in the Boston area. Now, for folks that'll be maybe heading out to the beach to catch some rays and enjoy the sounds and the sights of the surf, you'll find lower temperatures by maybe as much as 20 degrees. Surf temperatures are still dangerously low, mainly in the 40s and 50s this time of year. So if you're going to try to venture out into the water, you could get what they call the cold water shock. And, of course, as the buds burst into blooms, the trees, grass, flower pollen, all going to be on the rise. So allergies are going to be kicking for some folks. Now, forecasters are urging people be extra careful with outdoor flames and power equipment. Don't toss burning cigarettes on the ground. The combination of intense sunshine, heat near the ground, the breeze, the dry air could quickly cause a smoldering patch to grow into a brush fire. Thus, we'll flip over here. I got the red flag warnings from northwestern Iowa, a good portion of Nebraska, northern and western Kansas, on over into the eastern portions of Colorado and northeastern New Mexico. Red flag warnings, so dry conditions. Be cautious out there. Now, what about the all good things must come to an end? Well, there's a storm destined to bring rain to the southern plains, the upper Midwest, maybe the return of severe weather to portions of the central and southern plains before the end of the week. That's going to end up being a pattern changer starting this upcoming weekend. The Great Lakes region, the storm's going to strengthen enough to cause the jet stream to carve out a strong southward dip and create what the forecasting community calls a closed low. These big storms tend to be slow moving. They can create days of chilly air, showers, thunderstorms, and yes, even some snow if it's cold enough, which we could see some snowflakes as far south as the Central Appalachians coming up for the second half of the weekend, Sunday night into Monday, actually. Now accumulating snow with the chance of a few inches, maybe the UP of Michigan. In order for accumulating snow to occur over the ridges in the Central Appalachians, winds need to be more out of the northwest rather than west. But there will be several waves of chilly air in store for the Midwest, the Northeast, and even parts of the Southeast region right on through the rest of this month into early May. So you're going to see the up and down roller coaster of temperatures in the coming weeks. Now, in addition to the waves of chilly air that will follow the summer-like warmth this week, we're going to be talking again episodes of frost and even some freezing nighttime temperatures in portions of even the interior South. This year's frost and freeze threat may extend past the historical average last frost date in some locations in both the Midwest and the East. So you got to pay attention to those forecasts. I mean, when you get these warm bursts, you begin to see it's time to head out to the lawn and garden center. Let's get the flowers in the ground. And then the next thing you know, a few days later, you're talking about frost and freeze and having to cover things up. It's in our region of the country. The trend has always been don't start planting until Mother's Day. Again, that's for our area. But meanwhile, hope your week's going well. Wednesday, hump day coming on. Who we got on board out of the box? There's James, checks in. Good morning, Steve, and all the drivers. We're at 65 degrees in Hallbrook, Arizona. Everybody drive safe. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning, drivers. Keep on humping. Yeah, Mike. Captain Rod on board. There he is. 66 degrees rolling through Ocala, Florida at this hour. Semper Fi. Hello to Debbie in southern Montana. Snow is moving in, so plan accordingly. Still hanging on at 53 right now, but the temperature's dropping fast. Drive safe, and God bless all the drivers out there. Hello to the Michigan Madman. Race time, there you go. Good to hear from you, Madman. Mary Ann says, good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Happy Hump Day. All right. Dipsy drivers on board. Where you been the last few nights? Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience. Clear in 57, on the way to 79 degrees with sunshine here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan today. Yeah, not sure why calendars are so popular, but they have a lot of dates. Thanks to all the hardworking, brave men and women out there. All right, copy the mail. 5-7 is on board. What do we have here? There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Got 68 degrees in, is that Pulse, New York? Pulse, New York. Northwest Illinois. Roy checks in with 64 at this hour. You're warmer in Northwest Illinois than we are here in Southwest Ohio. The warm air, I guess, is coming our way. I'm looking at 58 outside the secret bunker right now. Shorty. How we doing, Shorty? Good evening, because he's in the Eastern time zone. 77 northbound, the North Carolina-Virginia line with 50 degrees. Let's see, replying to Marianne. Good morning from Plowboy, Decatur, Alabama. 53 degrees, a nice evening here. Thank you, Steve. The Hot Shot Secret Nation. Everybody stay safe. Stevie, are you filling up the pool yet? No, sir. He said, just asking. See, your Reds got beat by the Braves tonight. Oops. Okay, so win one, lose one. I guess they're still at 500. I guess that means they'd be at 5-5 on the season now. Hello to Buckeye Boy. Checking in from Tucson, Arizona. So, yes, for Buckeye Boy, it's good evening. 81 degrees at this hour. Had a good day, but it was pretty hot, no doubt. Going to get up early, play some golf before it gets too hot Wednesday. We're supposed to be in the 90s tomorrow afternoon. I'll do my delivery 6 p.m. local time, then head back to the hotel. So how long does everybody think it'll take our incompetent leaders to find out who leaked those classified documents and posted them? Yeah, what concerns me is they've been posted for quite some time. Yeah, they've been up for months, apparently. I mean, at least since back in early March. And they just discovered this. Our enemies are laughing, and the allies that we've left are horrified because some of them were in that information leaked. Anyway, have a good night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, matter of fact, they're saying it very well could take several months, to get to the bottom of who leaked this information. Now, you can't help but wonder, will they ever trace it down? All right, we'll get to the calls coming up here. We'll get to the Carolina Monkey Gouger out of the box. Jolly Green Giant is on board. And our number is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Doc Holliday. He's probably not tuned in. He's out there in the woods. He did actually make it, broke leg and all, since he got the cast off last week and he has the boot on now. I guess his kids helped him to get out to the lake, so he's out there. He is camping right now. Looking at some of the photographs from yesterday. Another beautiful day by the lake. He said, God is good. Yes, enjoy. Carolina Monkey Gouger, what's going on?
Oh, Steve, we trailer trucking, buddy. We transition into the nighttime now. So we on the night shift the rest of the week.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Oh, yeah. I ain't a real happy camper right now.
Uh-oh, what's going on?
Look here, these truck stops, they need to start making them pull samples or something on their tanks. Grump had the same problem I had about three weeks ago. He got fuel from a big truck stop chain out there at Walcott, Iowa. He bought a 2-tank loads of water.
Yeah.
So I was at Dallas, and going to Lord. Few same truck stop chain. Put in 100 gallons. I got water.
Uh-oh.
And man fought that thing all night last night. Finally got the load delivered and got up there, got my trailer off. I said, I know what this is. This is fuel filters. I said, I'll just change them. Change the fuel filters out. A couple guys sitting right there. We going to the country club tonight. I said, I don't think I got the country club in me. Well, let's go over there, to the truck stop there. Oh, yeah, at Clovis, New Mexico, and eat. I said, well, we'll go over there and do that. But, I thought I had it solved, right? Got up this morning, cranked the truck up, and it's pop, 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 pop. I said, oh, hell. So I got to running around looking and tried to find some hot shot secret anti-gel. Grunt said, dump that in it, see if that don't help it. Well, it just happened to be there's a little truck stop down where we was at had I got the last 2 jugs of their anti-gel. So I go back and dump it in it, run down the street, and I know they got good fuel. They always got good fuel. They don't run that. They run straight diesel. They don't run that blended crap with the animal fat and the corn oil and the squeezes. So I dumped that in it. Got my load on. So I start down the road there. It's still cutting up a little bit, but I could tell it was clearing up. And Hot Shot Secret saved the day, It's running pretty good now. I mean, it finally probably got the water dried out of whatever was in it, but something needs to be done about these truck stops. I mean, we're paying too much for this third-grade diesel fuel we running. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
And I mean, that's 2 of us that's had trouble at this same chain that's bought. And Grump ended up having to spend about $5,000 on his fuel system where it got wrecked with this.
Wow.
Somebody needs to bring this to these truck stops' attention. Y'all need to start pulling some samples off the bottom or whatever, but you're selling junk. And so I called a truck stop today and told them, I said, hey, I bought a bunch of bad fuel there. You need to talk to the fuel manager. So fuel manager got over there, and she said, well, how'd you know you bought it here? I said, well, I didn't have no problem with my truck till, I put your crap in my tanks. So I know I got it at your truck stop. well, you had to fill out a form. We'll send you a form. You do this and you do that.
Yeah.
We'll see we'll turn it over to the complaint department, hell you and wait and see what happens, So anyway, they ain't gonna do a damn thing about it. But Steve, I didn't get a chance to tell this. I had a tree at the house the other night, fell out in the middle of the highway, and we was out there in the middle of the night right while they are pushing that tree in the ditch. And so Deputy Sheriff was out there. He said, that's good enough. Just leave it right there. Well, yesterday, Debbie called me and told me, said, hey, you ain't going to believe this. The damn highway department is out here sawing that tree up. I said, go up there and tell them to pile it up in the front yard there in front of them other trees. Just pile it up right there, and I'll take care of it when I get home. Me and Biscuit will have us some wood to burn in the fire pit, right?
Yeah, right.
Good old oak wood, and make a good hot fire, roasting them weenies and marshmallows, whatever she want to cook.
Yeah.
Well, this afternoon, on top of everything that was going on, I get a phone call from my lovely wife.
Uh-oh.
And I was just so glad to hear from her,
Yeah, well, hold that thought, Monkey Gouger, because we'll get the rest of the story after the news break here on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The Pentagon is vowing to turn over every rock to find the source of a U.S. intelligence leak.
I've been convening senior department leaders daily on our response, and I've directed an urgent cross-department effort.
A batch of what appear to be classified documents have recently leaked online. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin today said authorities are working to find the source and determine the scope of the leak. The U.S. Justice Department opening a criminal investigation now. The U.S. Postal Service wants to raise the price of stamps to offset inflation. The USPS recently announced it's seeking approval to bump up the price of first-class mail stamps by 3 cents to 66 cents. And YouTube TV is announcing the pricing for its NFL Sunday ticket. The price for YouTube TV customers will be $349 for the entire season, while non-customers will pay $449. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Balance of nature, changing the world one life at a time.
When I wasn't taking it and I was waiting for my operation, I was feeling very tired. Now I'm driving like 11, 12 hours a day. I told you I manage 15 gas stations. And I have so much energy. I even gave some of my pills for my son, and he said, Dad, this is good, so I like it. I'm healing so fast. It's like amazing. My family is so surprised.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. All right, so you got a call from your lovely wife, and what'd she have to say? Something not so lovely, maybe?
Well, she give me, she called me, she said, I love you, right? I said, yeah, I love you too.
Uh-oh.
She says, well, you ain't gonna believe what happened. I said, what happened? She said, well, after they got all this wood stacked up in the yard, so this man come by here this morning, and from the picture she showed, it's about 2.5 pickup loads of wood come out this big oak tree. And said this man come by and told me he'd pay me $250 for that wood out there. And I said, yeah, what'd you do? She said, what do you think I did? I sold it.
Okay.
I said, okay. You sold it, all right. I said, well, just make sure you get my $125. She said, Jimmy Artis, said, what is yours is mine, and what is mine is mine. You think you'll get $125? But Steve, when I get off of here, we've always, over the years, when we found some good place to eat, we tried to pass it on, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, last night we ended up going over there to Clovis, New Mexico, which ain't about 25 miles from where we was at to eat. And I had to eat in this place back probably in the 80s and 90s a couple times, and we walked in there, and I mean, this is at 9 o'clock at night, and we had to stand there and wait, to get a table, right? So we standing there, and they bringing this food out, and I said, I think I want some of that right there, I want some of that right there, But anyway, we got seated down there. That waitress come over, and she was a hell of a waitress. Every time tea glass got empty, she was there pouring tea or whatever we needed. I mean, she was Johnny on the spot. And I ordered a chicken fried steak, white gravy and bread and all that good stuff. And got me some of them pan-fried, home-fried taters with jalapenos on them. I mean, that meal cost me probably about $15, $16. And I'm going to tell you something. That food was fit for anybody. I mean, I give them 5-star performance. I had a flashback, but anybody that's traveling through Clovis, New Mexico, it's called Cook's Restaurant. It's out there on the east end of town there on 70. Stop by there and get you a belly full.
All right.
See, that was some of the best food I put in my mouth in a while. So,
and for that price, well, before you go, I was explicitly instructed last evening to ask you about the half man, half green lizard you got down there in Lee and Sumter counties or something?
Oh, you talking about that lizard man?
I guess that's.
I knew. Look here, I knew the lizard man is dead now.
Oh.
He died. Yeah, the lizard man passed away here about 6-7 years ago. But yeah, I do. Look here, we just went to a thing. I had it on Facebook. Back. I reckon Boone was about 2 or 3 months old. They called it the Lizard Man Stomp. But you know, that Lizard Man deal ain't really true. You know, they made out like it was true, and they get up there and tell all them lies. But when they find out you know the truth, they don't want to give you an interview or anything. They want to try to keep this thing going. But the Lizard Man was actually a truck driver, and his name was Mr. Rayford. And what had happened was this guy was going over there stealing gas out his mom and daddy's cars and tractor tanks, combine tanks, and you know they'd had enough of it. So Rayford, that old boy, had been sucking some gas out one of the tractors there, and I reckon he got a little bit too much of that ethyl or high octane or something, and he passed out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's laying over there in his car with the holes in there, you know, we've been sucking on that gas. And old Rayford took a bunch. You remember them old Glad bags used to be green? Them old green Glad bags? Well, he wrapped up in them old green Glad bags and went to beating on the front of that fool's car with a hammer. And that old boy come alive, and he took off down the road, went in there to town, and I told him the Lizard Man attacked. He said, look, wait, it shoot up my car, you know. And that's the story behind the Lizard Man right there.
All right. Yeah, well, the inquiring minds wanted to know.
Yeah, so and I mean, I would tell you something, boy. Back in the day, when old Dan Rather and them used to come down there to the Browntown Swamp, I mean, everybody in the world converged on that thing. They had these big parties. I mean, big-ass parties, you know, and hell, I was, you know, a young man, and them old gals, they was down there in the swamp. Let's just say we had a right good time with the romp in the swamp with the Lizard Man, and, you know, you'd hit them old redneck, boom, I seen him, you know. But there was a lot of people that lost jobs. They had a colonel down there that lost his position in the Air Force, claiming he shot this thing, and it was bleeding green on the highway, and you know they found out he was lying. They kicked him out the Air Force, but. Yeah, it was something, man. I'm gonna tell you something, boy. You ought to see 10,000 people running around in Browntown Swamp, dancing and doing the hula hoo and everything down there. So that's my story on the Lizard Man.
All right. Well, thank you for checking in, Monkey Gouger. I guess have a good night. You're way out west.
Yeah, so we way out west. We out here in the big state of Texas, running around on all these 2-lane roads tonight.
All right. Well, safe travels, and we'll look forward to hearing from you again. He's on nights, he said. All right. Let's see. The story, who was that was Eskimo Mom? Trying to flip back over to the stream chat. Yeah, happy Monday for her. It's happy hump day for me. It's a semi-typical Tuesday for me, she says. Finishing up a drop and cook in the Muncie, Indiana before heading back to Tip. But I'll be heading to the house after this load. Husband has a physical therapy appointment in the morning. Some weakness in his leg, dealing with back issues. But I'll be back at it Wednesday night. And I am so over fires in the last 2 days. One of my neighbors had a fire at their house Sunday morning. That reignited Monday night, filled the neighborhood with lots of smoke, and, of course, then coming through Richmond tonight in Indiana. You can still smell the evidence of the plastics recycling facility that caught fire earlier today. Which brings me to, I got email from No Handle Dave.
Said, Steve, this is Richmond, Indiana, about 20 miles from my home. And as you can imagine, a recycling center has all kinds of materials that you probably don't want to breathe when on fire. I'm sure a lot of listeners saw the smoke if they were in central Indiana or west central Ohio today. Meanwhile, the wife and I got an unwelcome visitor after we got home from the truck show. COVID. Not sure if that's where we got it, but the wife came down with it on Monday, and I ended up with it on Wednesday. We had been lucky for 3 years, never got it. So I guess it was just a matter of time before our luck ran out. We're both dealing with symptoms a week later, but it's getting better each day. So not nearly as bad as we had expected, but it was bad enough that we don't want to get it again, if you know what I mean. And also the podcast from Tuesday's show cut off about halfway through and started over from the beginning. So I missed the last 2.5 hours of the podcast. Not sure what happened there. Hope I didn't miss anything good, he says. But for everybody else, have a happy hump day from No Handle Dave. Oh, and I was thinking today, one of your old callers I haven't heard on the new format. I don't believe, and just wondering if you've heard anything from him. I think his name was Charlie. Delivered yeast from the Baltimore area. I remember he retired, but he was still doing the occasional runs. He was also big in the Mother's Day convoy thing, so maybe Horse Feathers might have some info on him. Yeah, when we hear from Horse Feathers this morning, I'll ask him about that. Yeah, Charlie. That was his name. Again, on the fire, though, residents had to leave their homes. A big fire. Plastics recycling facility in Richmond this past afternoon. A little after 2 o'clock, Richmond firefighters were called to the Northwest F Street after dispatchers received multiple calls about large pillars of black smoke coming from a plastics recycling facility in the area. According to the Richmond Fire Chief Tim Brown, the fire was something Brown said the fire crews had been anticipating for quite some time. It wasn't if, it was just when, he said. He said the 6 buildings were full of plastic from floor to ceiling, from wall to wall, along with several semi-trailers. When firefighters arrived on the scene, they found a semi-trailer in the back of the building on fire, and the fire quickly jumped to the multiple piles of plastic nearby. Now, Brown said the owner of the property had been cited previously for the property being unsafe. Fire crews, along with the city, had been trying to get them to clean up the buildings for some time, said the chief. But due to the clouds of black smoke coming off the fire, all residents within a half mile were asked to evacuate. Temporary shelter was set up for those displaced by the evacuation at Bethesda Ministries. Those outside the area and downwind to the east and the northeast were being asked to shelter in place, bring your pets indoors. Residents who were sheltering in place were asked to turn off their air conditioning units, keep the windows and the doors closed, and, bring your pets inside. Now, the Richmond mayor said he doesn't expect the evacuation order to be lifted on Tuesday night. So I guess it's probably still in place. He anticipates crews will continue fighting the fire on into Wednesday morning. All 6 buildings, a total loss. One firefighter suffered a minor injury to his foot. He was treated. He's okay. Indiana State Fire Marshal, Department of Environmental Management, and the EPA are all on the scene assessing any hazards and air quality to determine when the residents can return to their homes, though. It made it sound like this fire is probably going to smolder for several days. So obviously, as Eskimo Mom rolled through there a bit ago, you can still smell it in the air. All right, 844-844-3388. Jolly Green next on the Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I hope your week's going well. Midweek here already. Hump day coming on. Morning, Jolly Green Giant.
Good morning, Steve. I'm not a happy camper tonight. I've got a gun against my head right now. GMA Enterprises, Mr. Gilligan, CEO, has ordered Sex Maniac to put a gun against my head tonight. If I didn't call tonight to eat crow. Now, the gun that Sex Maniac's got against my head, it's the kind of gun that you pull the trigger and the flag comes out and said bang. So here I've got this gun up against my head. Jolly Green Giant called in last night, and I didn't hear the conversation about the DOT inspection up in New York. So I wish I had heard that. I did talk to Portfetters concerning that issue, and he filled me in on some of his experiences with the East Coast. And the problem is when I put both my feet in my mouth, and I admit it, Steve, I did not research. I was looking at what was going on back when Sex Maniac and I were driving in caveman days. And back then, all we had was clubs. We didn't have guns.
Mm-hmm.
So, and back then, I will tell you, some of my experiences with DOT, I will tell you, Tennessee was one of them. And they, I've never had a gun in my truck, to be honest with you. And the truth of the matter is, Steve, you were 100% correct. The laws have changed. I went on the internet, did a search when I got back, and I found something from the Department of Transportation concerning on guns in commercial vehicles. And it stated that the guns have to be in a lockbox and with no ammunition in the guns. They had to be unloaded. Now, you and I both I will probably agree that is ridiculous. And I'm sure Pappy, I'm hoping he's listening tonight. What good is a gun in my commercial vehicle to protect this vehicle and protect myself if it's in a lockbox and it's not loaded?
Right.
What good does it do?
When the bad guy approaches you, you tell him to
Yeah, hold on. Give me about a minute, and I'll be back.
Right. So you were also made the statement that you talked about, well, it depends upon what state you're in. And
Yep.
you were talking about that. You are 100% correct, because in that article I read, which I sent to you, Steve, that article stated that it talked about conceal and carry laws, okay? In the state of Ohio, we have a constitutional carry now. So it also talked about another third point was it talked about if you work for a private carrier and what the rules were on the, concerning the carrier you work for.
Right.
Now, if I'm an owner-operator, then I have a right to choose. If I want to carry a weapon on my truck, I should be able to do so. I'm actually for this, believe it or not, even though I took the stance when I was first driving in caveman days that we were told, and I have read that we weren't allowed to have a gun in a commercial vehicle back then. What I didn't take into consideration, and yes, Jolly Green was wrong, 100% wrong, and Steve, you were 100% right. Laws have changed considerably since then. And I will tell you, last year, one of our trucks of the company the Sex Maniac and I work for was hijacked in the state of Illinois by a really, really bad individual who had just killed a county police officer in the state of, it was either Indiana or Illinois, down on 64. So he proceeded, stole his car, proceeded in the state of Illinois, hijacked our driver and the truck at gunpoint. If that driver had a gun in that truck at his disposal, he might have been able to stop that situation. I really don't know. But I'm just saying that the gun, if he had been allowed to have a gun, it could have made a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, it got even worse. He basically told the driver that he had to drive to St. Louis. He told the guy, I've got to get fuel. So they pulled over to get fuel, and this guy shot someone else at that fuel stop. Now, that guy also, he made numerous mistakes. One of the mistakes he made was every one of the trucks out on the road have satellite communication. So they know where these trucks are. So basically, I mean, in talking about, Horsefeather said, we live at different times today and back in during caveman days. And he was 100% correct. It is more violent. There's a lot of things going on today that wasn't going on back then. In all my years of driving truck, I have never, ever had an incident where I had to use a gun or felt threatened. Not once. And thank God for that.
Mm-hmm.
But the drivers today they're living at different times, different threats. We got shootings going on in schools, and I mean, it's a different, dangerous time that we're living in. So I want to make sure that everybody understands this. Gilligan, I want you to hear this, brother. Jolly Green Giant was wrong. I admit it. I'm eating crow. Now, I want you to know that I am not against guns in commercial vehicles. I'm actually for it. And I want you to know that. I truly am sorry, Steve. I absolutely do respect everything you say. And we don't have to agree on every point. But I want you to know something. You are a gracious man, and I love your show. And I am a strong supporter of your show no matter what. And I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to call your show, have a good time. And, but I want everybody to know that Jolly Green Giant is not always right. And I am man enough to admit I'm wrong. So thank God, and please someone call Gilligan and tell him to get get this gun off my head so I don't have to worry about that flag going through my blasted eardrum, okay?
Very good.
Either way, Steve, I just wanted to call and just tell you, truly, I was definitely 100% wrong. And I will research my stuff a little bit better before I get on there. and put with a hair up my butt. I just want to let you know that I just didn't realize, but I should have realized, back in caveman days, we didn't necessarily need guns in the truck. Okay,
right.
So
It was a whole different world, and regardless, don't feel bad, Jolly Green. What you shared last evening when you said there's a federal law that prohibits it. There are, I don't know, there's thousands and thousands out there that believe that is the case. Because, like I said, I go all the way back when I started in the trucking radio biz, 1996. My father talked about it, time and time again, having to explain to people there is no federal mandate against it. But all right, we close out hour number 1, but much more to come. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. On Tuesday, the Taiwanese foreign minister expressed concern that China's military drills near the breakaway island nation may indeed be preparations for an actual war. Those drills came just days before landmark military exercises were set, featuring thousands of U.S. and Filipino troops several hundred miles away. The U.S.-Filipino drills began Tuesday with a meeting of top U.S. military and Filipino leaders.
The commitments that we made today will spur even deeper cooperation to help ensure that we're poised to tackle the defining challenges of our time.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said the two countries are working together to bring greater security and stability to the region. The U.S. reaffirming its ironclad support for Ukraine in the country's war against Russia following leaks of U.S. intelligence. The statement after a leaked report showed U.S. intelligence officials were doubtful of Ukraine's success in likely counteroffensives, suggesting a longer, drawn-out and expensive conflict might emerge there. The Biden administration, meantime, working to secure the release of a Wall Street Journal reporter detained in Russia. That's what President Biden told the parents of Evan Gershkovich on Tuesday during a phone call. The president made the call during his flight to Belfast. Police body cam footage of the Louisville bank shooting shows officers moving in to engage the suspect while encountering heavy fire.
I think I got him down. I think he's down.
The footage out Tuesday captures the moment police opened fire, killing the 25-year-old gunman. Police say after he killed 5 people and injured over a half a dozen, he laid in wait in the lobby for police to arrive. And the Manhattan District Attorney is suing Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan in an attempt to keep the House Judiciary Committee from interfering with his probe into former President Trump. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
There have been about 32,000 fewer legal abortions than what's typical in the 6 months since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. According to a new analysis from the Society of Family Planning, there were about 5,000 fewer abortions recorded per month, a drop of about 6%. In the 13 states that also established bans on abortions, they fell more than 95%. But in others, they ticked up a bit, suggesting those living in states with more restrictions are traveling to get the procedure. A Washington Post report claims Egypt was planning to produce 40,000 rockets for Russia and wanted to keep it a secret from the West.
We've seen no indication that Egypt is providing lethal weaponry capabilities to Russia.
That's what National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters Tuesday. His comment follows the report cited in a leaked U.S. intelligence document. Kirby said Egypt is a significant security partner and will remain so in the region. It could cost you more to send snail mail in the future.
The U.S. Postal Service wants to raise the price of stamps to offset inflation. They're seeking approval to raise the price of first-class mail stamps by 3 cents to 66 cents. Just back in January, they raised the price to 60 cents. I'm John Schaefer.
Before, it was bad drinking water from flooded sewers. Now, the trash is piling up on the street in Jackson, Mississippi, as city leaders fight over a long-term garbage contract. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it here. Round number 2 on a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on. And there's Wheelchair Dave checking in this morning. How have we been there, Wheelchair Dave?
Hey, Steve. Great show going on here tonight. I got to let something out. I got to tell old Monkey Gouger, there ain't no green trash bag lizard mans running around Lake Lanier here at all. I mean, green trash bag lizard mans. Ain't that something?
Right?
and did I hear that Doc Holliday's camping? Is he out here on the lake, Lake Lanier somewhere camping?
I'm not sure what lake he's at. It may be Lanier, but yeah, he is. He's at the lake somewhere.
Well, I know he used to have a pontoon boat that used to come out here, but I probably need to give him my information because I tell you what, anytime that old Doc Holliday wants to come out here and stay with me, I'll take him out fishing out on the pontoon boat, but it's a little bit different. We don't have them Asian carp that jump into the boat here. We have bass, real big bass here that we catch, and stripers, you know what I mean? We catch them striper bass. No Asian carp jump in the boat here.
Well, I saw a post he shared earlier. He had the campfire. It's about 5 hours ago. Had the campfire going. The sun was still up, and they were frying some fish. I guess fresh caught fish.
Well, there you go. There you go. Maybe he caught something there. And, hey, while we're on, you had Eagle had got somebody was giving some tickets to Eagle on Talladega.
Yeah.
And I know you've been there, but you happened to go when it was raining, unfortunately, up there. But to Eagle, if you go to that Talladega when it ain't raining, you will have one hell of a time. Steve, what year did you go?
Oh, boy. Time flies. It's probably been 12, 15 years ago, I'm guessing by now.
Okay, well, they were doing what, speeds 200 mile an hour plus back then?
Yeah, close to it. I mean, they had the restrictor plates, obviously.
Yeah. So, now, do you remember all the trams that used to pull everybody around? They'd have about a dozen tractors pulling them trams around so people didn't have to walk everywhere.
Because everything you do there is a long walk. I can vouch for that.
Yeah, it is. You will definitely exercise and just, you'll walk for miles and miles, and you'll get walks in, that's for sure. There was something else I wanted to ask you about. Hey, your dog, what type of dog is that? And the reason why I'm asking, in about a week from now, I'll be getting together with all those racing friends I got up there at the track, and that you remember them T-shirts and that dog order
Racers for Rescue or whatever it was. Yeah,
they give free keychains out to anybody that comes by the booth, and you just tell them what type of dog that you got, and they've got these keychains that are made up for that specific dog. What kind of dog did you say you got?
Well,
Turbo?
I mean, technically, I guess he's a mutt. They told me he was a German Shepherd Beagle mix, I think. But yeah, you can tell he's got several different. I've never had him tested to see what he actually is, but he's a mutt.
Okay, well, we'll see German Shepherd / mutt, a Beagle, something.
Yeah.
We'll see what kind of combo they got there at the booth when I go by there. But yeah, that's a lot of fun when I go over to the Mitty over there, the historic racing that they do. They take them. I know you don't care for the what's that called? You call it that type of racing where they go left, right, and instead of just going left all the time.
Straight line racing, the drag racing?
No. The street racing.
Oh, the road course racing. Yes, road course. Right. Okay.
Yeah. Well, Road Atlanta is a road race track, and hey, it's down. Bill Elliott, when he's here, he most times spends his time over in Colorado, but when he's here, he's up in Dahlonega in the pool room, and I've run into him several times. In fact, I know him pretty good, to be quite honest with you, and some of his friends. But
sure.
Some of the pictures I've sent you before, I have a good time out there when I go, and they'll be there. And that one guy that beat him last year, a Toyota guy. Oh, it's Joe Nemechek. Joe Nemechek hadn't been there in a couple years, okay?
Yeah.
And I said, where the hell have you been? When I was down the pits with him. And I'll be damned, after I talked to him, took some pictures there with him, he went out and beat Bill Elliott there at the track for the inaugural. It was, I'll tell you what it was. It was Gene Felton's inaugural race. So Gene Felton had died. He had been out there for 40 plus years in a Camaro that he had set up, road racing and going left and right and the whole 9 yards. But man, he was doing circles around those daggone Ferraris and all those different type of road race cars. But he was known for taking just a regular old Camaro and fixing it all up to beat those Ferraris and Lotuses and Lamborghinis and all that stuff. But anyhow, I don't know. I just went on a tangent there. But, yeah, Eagle, you'll have a real good time at Talladega. Definitely go to that.
Yep.
And Monkey Gouger, I got something. Do we pronounce that right? Hill or Hill or Hill?
You're right.
Y'all have a good night. Thanks for taking my call, Stevie.
You got it, Wheelchair Dave. And I know you had mentioned, you shared the email with me about Cody Ware, which is a name I'm not really familiar with. The guy, the NASCAR Cup Series driver, Cody Ware, apparently arrested and charged with felony assault by strangulation, inflicting serious injury, resulting in his indefinite suspension by NASCAR, according to Fox News. Ware was arrested at his home in North Carolina about 10:30. I guess that would have been Monday morning, charged with misdemeanor assault on a female in addition to the felony charge, later released on a $3,000 bond. The arrest reportedly stems for a domestic violence incident that took place in Mooresville, North Carolina, just before midnight on April the 3rd. It was originally reported that the driver would miss his most recent race to focus on a personal matter, according to a statement by his team, Rick Ware Racing. The racing team, which is owned by the 27-year-old's father, released a statement on Twitter regarding the matter, which says, "We are aware of the incident regarding Cody Ware and his indefinite suspension from NASCAR competition. We understand NASCAR's position on this matter, and we accept their decision." Now, they did say the matter is still under investigation, and Cody is fully cooperating with the authorities as due process takes its course. We are committed to continuing our multi-car efforts in the NASCAR Cup Series, and we're in the process of finalizing our plans for the number 51 entry at Martinsville Speedway and beyond. So somebody new going to be behind the wheel. According to ESPN, there were no weapons involved in the incident. Details haven't really been made available since it was a domestic violence situation. But Ware is currently ranked 31st in the Cup Series standings. He's raced in the series since 2017. Let's see. His best finish was 6th place over 97 career races. That's probably why I'm not real familiar with him. But he made one comment on Twitter on the date of the alleged incident, replaying a screenshot of an old NASCAR video game, apparently just hours before the alleged assault took place. But whereas this just a couple months after a different high-profile arrest connected to the racing series. Of course, that was Kyle Busch, one of the biggest stars who was arrested in Mexico for carrying a firearm without a license, which resulted in a fine of just over $1,000. And I would venture to say probably a lot more money that exchanged hands under the radar, because you don't just get out of those kind of charges in Mexico for nothing. All right, with that, it is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Going back to our conversation with Jolly Green a bit ago, saying how it's a whole different world out there when it comes to truck driving. And he ain't a kidding. We're talking about the necessity. He's never had the necessity to need a weapon or a gun out there on the road. You just never know. And here's a prime example of an incident from Monday of this week. Police have released more information on an officer-involved fatal shooting that occurred in the Salem, Oregon area on Monday, about 8:40 in the morning. Oregon State Police Trooper Andrew Tuttle stopped on I-5 at the 254 mile marker. There was a stopped semi-truck there. He was going to check on the driver. Everything all right? Trooper Tuttle discovered the semi-truck driver was actually being held at gunpoint by another male suspect, later identified as 31-year-old Felipe Manzo. Police say Manzo and Trooper Tuttle exchanged gunfire. Manzo fled the scene on foot, running along the tall grass bordering I-5. Manzo was later located in a wooded area suffering from gunshot wounds. Firearm was found next to him in the grass. He was treated at the scene, but succumbed to his injuries. The trooper suffered non-life-threatening injuries, did not require medical attention. Trooper Tuttle has been placed on administrative leave as per Marion County policy. But according to the Salem Police Department, Trooper Tuttle has been employed since 2016. Prior to that, served 6 years in the Navy, serving as military police for 4 of those years. Who knows about the situation? How the truck driver found himself being held at gunpoint there along the side of the interstate. What did the guy that's dead now, what was he looking to do? All right, you just never know what you might encounter out there on the highways and byways around this country. It's a whole different world. Is that Hillbilly?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
What day is it? Mike.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, not the gun ordeal. When I used to work for Kemper Brothers, I used to run East Chicago and load up there at 2 o'clock in the morning. I carried one all the time. Did that for about 3 or 4 years. The one and only time I actually got stopped by carrying one, I got a concealed weapons permit. And when I give him my license and everything, I give him that concealed weapons permit. I said, is it in here? I said, yes, it's tell him in my briefcase. He says, I appreciate you letting me know about it. And that's all it was said about it.
Well, there you go.
I mean, as long as you're open and honest with them and let them know that you have it. I mean, once they come up to concealed weapon permit, I got one, so they got it because I always carry guns with me in my pickup truck. Do the same thing as I get stopped, pulled over in my pickup truck, give them that concealed weapons, keep my hands on the wheels. Like they always appreciate it. Them letting you know that you are armed, that you're legally armed. Monkey gouger with that fuel. Wasn't it back in the day the requirement for truck stops to test their fuel?
I'm not sure.
I thought it was because I've seen them tap the tanks before just to test to make sure there wasn't no water in it.
Yeah.
Maybe they laxed on that quite a bit or something, but I thought back in the day they had to test the tanks, make sure there wasn't no water get into it.
Right. Because water's going to, if you get enough, that's going to really do some damage. What do you say? Grump paid $5,000 to get his system back up?
Well, I mean, you ruin your fuel system, the injectors and the injector pump. I mean, it do a whole lot of damage, and he got lucky. It was only $5,000. It could have been a whole lot worse than that.
Wow.
So, but I mean, water's bad for the system, that's for sure. Had a problem this morning. I got in and parked, and when I backed up against the barn there, I'm like, I got no brake lights on my trailer. Walked out, and I got brake lights on the tractor. I went, this ain't good. 45 minutes later, 5 cents or a 10 cents fuse was all it was. I'm like, shooey. I didn't want to track the wires down because I hate electric. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But got lucky there. The weather, I already got my shorts on. I take more weather like this we're having right now, Steve.
Yeah, next couple of days going to be nice. Yes, it is.
I'm rolling by Washington Courthouse at 57 degrees up here. You say you got 48 down there?
No, 55. We were at 50. It's 56 right now.
Okay, I guess it's going up overnight, ain't it? Sounds like. I'll take more of it, but watching the 10 o'clock news on 19 this evening, they say next Tuesday they put the 2 4-letter words together, rain, snow mix. I went, you gotta be kidding me.
See? Said next week we're going to have weather whiplash.
I'm telling you, that's the only thing I hate about the
You're going to cut the grass over the weekend and get the snow blower out on Tuesday, right?
Oh, how about if you don't like the weather, it's going to change in 5 minutes.
Yep.
That's what we always said. All right, Steve, you have a good night. Thank you for being out here.
All right, thanks for checking in. Appreciate it there. Hillbilly, you do the same. What are we looking at? I was looking at the update here, going back to the shooting in Louisville, where the one officer that was shot in the head continues to fight for his life. A post from the actual Louisville Metro Police Foundation this past day, which says, please continue to send prayers and healing thoughts to Officer Nick Wilt as he continues to fight for his life after he ran to help those under fire from the active shooter at Old National Bank and was shot in the head. Everyone's been asking how they can support Nick and his family during this journey. We've set up a fund here at the foundation to take care of expenses that are coming up during his hospital stay and recovery. Nick's family wanted us to share a little bit about him with the community that he has dedicated his life to serving.
Nick has served as both a firefighter and a dispatcher, graduated the academy on March 31st. Now, since the sudden passing of his father in February, Nick had stepped up and taken over as the handyman for his mom, who he loves dearly. Nick adores his twin brother, Zach, who's also in the academy for the Louisville Metro Police, and his brother, Alex. Nick and his girlfriend, Maddie, met at work at Oldham County EMS, and you can tell from the photographs that they share how much he cares for her. Officer Wilt has dedicated his short time here to serving our community, and now's our chance to serve him and take care of his family. You can donate on this post or on our Venmo at Louisville Metro Police Foundation, or on our website, which is saferlouisville.org. Saferlouisville, all one word, .org. Yeah, all funds raised will go directly to the family. Thanks for your faithful support, as it means more than you'll ever know. And they share a number of pictures there. They shot. All they're saying is he was shot in the head, and he underwent surgery, of course, immediately thereafter at the hospital in Louisville. They haven't really given any further information as far as what his condition is, and what his prognosis might be. Yeah, potential for recovery and all that. So, again, prayers for the family. I did scroll down here, and it says $78,888 raised by the foundation thus far. And looks like this post was about 13 hours ago. So, yeah, lots of folks stepping in to do what they can for the officer there. Just out of the academy. Imagine that. So he was essentially just 10, 11 days out of the academy. Literally first full week on the job with the Louisville Police. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. Louisville police have released the police body cam footage from yesterday's mass shooting in a downtown Louisville bank.
I think I got him down. I think he's down.
The footage shows police moving in while encountering heavy gunfire, then shooting and killing the 25-year-old suspect. Police say after the gunman killed 5 people and injured 8 others, he waited in the bank lobby to ambush police. The founder of Theranos must wait out her conviction appeal in a jail cell. A judge ruled that while Elizabeth Holmes isn't a flight risk, he doubts her conviction will be overturned, even if she wins her appeal. According to the CDC, cases of sexually transmitted infections skyrocketed in 2021. Cases jumped by 7% in 1 year to more than 2.5 million. More than half of those reported cases were chlamydia. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. Wednesday, hump day coming on. Jason checks in. He said, what happened to the guy that was the grocery store guy from Georgia that used to call in? I cannot remember his name. I know you're talking about because he worked in the meat department, or was it the fish department? Yeah, he was pretty regular. He probably isn't up to speed on the social media stuff, Facebook and all that. Probably doesn't know where we are. Yeah, because there were several that found us there in Louisville and at the Mid-America Truck Show, of course. So we wondered what happened to you. I had the one gentleman that chimed in last evening who saw the Cue Balls video, FSC Trucking, and he's back with us. Hello to Brother Rambler. Good morning or good evening, depending on where you are. Brother Rambler checking in from Bruton, Alabama. Glad to be back on the road. Had a great Easter weekend. Had a great Easter resurrection service at Determined Ministries Church. Hope everybody had a great Easter weekend as well. I'll check in later. Till then, God's children, stay safe. God bless. And we love you. There's Country Bumpkin checking in from home tonight. Finally made it home. So out of the hospital, I guess now putting together the treatment agenda, what it's going to be with, lung cancer, I think 3rd stage. So he'll be going into chemotherapy, radiation therapy. Hope for the best, right? As he mentioned last evening, he's got a very positive outlook. Trusting in the good Lord to put his healing hands on him. And all right, over to some of our industry news. This may be of interest.
to some of you out there. The rest of this year, the 2023, is going to be a busy time for the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. They tell us they're expected to unveil the controversial proposal this summer that would attempt to mandate speed limiters on most commercial vehicles. They also could issue notices involving electronic IDs, electronic logging devices, automatic emergency braking system, and broker transparency, all before this year is over. In addition to the regulatory agenda, they're also busy overseeing studies on driver compensation, detention time, and crash causal factors. Well, coming up today here, Wednesday, April the 12th, the FMCSA will highlight many of these efforts and provide a roadmap for what's coming. This is going to be an online or what they call a virtual event, the 2023 Analysis, Research, and Technology Forum. It's going to run from 1 till 5 Eastern Time this afternoon. It is open to the public. I believe you have to register for it via the FMCSA's website there. This year's event will focus primarily on the work being performed by the FMCSA's Analysis, Research, and Technology divisions, staff members presenting short summaries of some of their most interesting and important projects, according to the website. This event also features opening remarks from the FMCSA Administrator Robin Hutchison and an update on rulemaking developments from the Office of Strategic Planning and Regulations. Now, Hutchison's remarks and the regulatory update again is scheduled from 1 to 1:30 Eastern. That will be followed by hour-long presentations dedicated to research, analysis, and technology. As part of the research segment at 1:30, the FMCSA's Nicole Michael will discuss the Under-21 Driver Apprenticeship Program. That's the pilot program that, as of last check, had a whopping 4 drivers involved in the program. That was expected to have 3,000. There will also be time dedicated to topics such as detention time, CDL disqualifications, and the effectiveness of third-party CDL testing. The analysis segment at 2:40 p.m. will include discussion of the Crash Causal Factors study and truck parking crashes. Technology will be the focus of the forum's final segment at 3:50 this afternoon. That will include presentations on automated commercial motor vehicles, autonomous crash safety analysis, and the effectiveness of tire safety screening systems. There will be an opportunity for questions at the end of each segment today, they say. So it's probably kind of a long, probably relatively boring afternoon, just listening to people speaking about this and that, but it may provide some good information, again, if you're interested in checking that out. It will be a virtual meeting. You can find out more at the website, the fmcsa.gov. There's actually links to that via OOIDA's website and Landline Magazine, Landline Now. All right, it is 844-3388. Let's head on down to somewhere. Eagles on board. Where are we at tonight?
Yeah, I'm on the road right now, brother. I'm making my way back to Texas, trying to make it back for the weekend. I'm over here, let's see, where the hell am I at? I'm in Alabama right now. Yeah, close to Birmingham. So, I should be back in Texas by Thursday morning or Thursday night up Friday. So I'll take the weekend off since I worked last weekend for Easter. I'm going to take this weekend. And then I told you I'm going to be headed back towards Talladega once I leave home. Talladega is the last week of the month, so I'm definitely going to be at the Talladega race this year. Hopefully the weather stay good and it don't get rained out. I'll be real pissed if I drive all the way to Talladega and it rains, because they can't race if it rains. So hopefully they go. It's too far out to tell what the weather going to do right now, Steve. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens, in the next couple of weeks in Alabama. Yeah, but hopefully it won't be no rain or nothing. Yeah, Steve, I got two things I want to talk about, two subjects I want to talk about tonight. First of all, I want to talk about some things that I thought about on guns and this shooting that took place in Louisville. And then I want to say something about what's going on with Taiwan and China and how it concerns Joe Biden. But first of all, Steve, I listened to some of the things that these people were saying about this guy, this person that shot the bank up. And here's the one thing that I thought about, Steve. Why can't we have, they said that this guy purchased this gun. I'm surprised he didn't go into the bank and kill people the day he bought the gun, but he waited 5 or 6 days before he decided to go into the bank and shoot. And like I said, this was a vengeance type killing. Like I said, he was notified that he was going to get fired. And one thing I want to say about that, Steve, I've been fired from jobs before, but it was always a mutual type thing, and we went out on good terms. They gave me my last paycheck. They didn't try to screw me out of my money. And, there's a way that you can fire people, Steve. This guy here was apparently upset about the way that he was, the way that these people fired him, because he personally went back to that bank to shoot the people that he felt that treated him unfairly. So I'm just saying, this is a warning to people out there, Steve. If you're a boss man, a manager, there's a way that you can fire somebody. You can fire somebody without being a jerk about the whole situation. Get a man his last paycheck. Get a guy a decent reference so he can get another job. That's the thing I hate about some people, Steve. Just because the guy can't work for you doesn't mean he can't work for somebody else. Don't try to ruin the guy's reputation by putting something bad on. I'm talking about truck. This is what they do in the truck driving deal, Steve. If you get fired from the truck, you try to mess up your DAC report, and then they'll put on there that you said that you left the truck, you didn't return the truck to the facility, that you had done some other things wrong, you were late on loads. Don't try to ruin the man's reputation. This guy here, get a person a chance, an opportunity to find another job. And, you go out on good terms. I don't know what kind of terms this guy went out with the bank, but apparently it wasn't good. He wouldn't have done what he did. So I'm just saying, this is a warning to people out there. Just, if you're going to fire somebody, do it with class. You don't have to be a jerk when you release somebody, Steve. Now, getting back to this situation with the gun violence, why can't we do this, Steve? I'm talking about a cooling off period. When you purchase a gun, you shouldn't be allowed to walk out of a gun store with that gun the same day, because you don't know what kind of move, you don't know what this guy has on his mind. He might decide to go do something later on that day. If you make this guy wait 30 days before he can get his hands on a gun, he'll be on cool off. I'm talking about, like, say this guy here, I'm talking about Louisville, he got fired. If you would have made that guy wait maybe 30 days before he got to get his hands on a gun, maybe he would have cooled off. Maybe he would have talked to some people who put some, tried to put some sense into his head, or he'd have tried to get the man some help. And maybe these people in Louisville would be alive right now. That's one thing that I think we can do to stop some of this violence is to have a 30-day waiting period before you can even get your hands on the gun. So if you do have something on your mind, maybe you'll change your mind before those 30 days expire.
Right.
I think we can I think we can at least try to do that, to stop some of this killing, because this is ridiculous. Because I'm hearing about way too many people that's buying guns, and 4 or 5 days later they're going out and shoot people. This makes absolutely no sense. Okay, now let's get to the situation with Joe Biden, Steve. I'm gonna talk to you the way a president is supposed to talk, the way Donald Trump would talk if he was in the White House. Because, see, it's just a matter of time, Steve. China is getting ready to make their move on Taiwan. They get ready. It could happen anytime now. China is getting ready to take over Taiwan. And Joe Biden has already said a couple of weeks ago that he would step in if China tried. He's not going to step in, because if he was, he would already be talking about it, Steve. This is the way you handle Chinese people like that. The way the same way they want to threaten us, saying that they don't like the way we've been doing business. That's the same way you have to talk to the Chinese president. You let these guys know before they even get into Taiwan that if they even think about going into Taiwan, they will suffer some serious consequences. And because you're not going to just run roughshod and do what the hell you want to do. But see, Joe Biden's not doing it that way, Steve. You don't react after China is already in Taiwan. By then, it's too late. China has already taken over the island. They got the upper advantage. They got the advantage in the situation because they already took over the deal. Joe Biden is sitting around lollygagging, playing games, sleeping in, eating ice cream, doing whatever the hell he does. He's wasting valuable time. He needs to be on the telephone with the Chinese president telling that man that he better think about alternative plans. He better not even think about moving in to Taiwan or he will suffer some serious consequences from the United States of America. That's what a real president would do. And like I said, you said last night, and I've been saying this for the last few years, Steve, all these countries was in check when Donald Trump was in the White House. North Korea, China, Russia, all of them. I've said this so many times to you. Vladimir Putin wouldn't have dared step into Ukraine if Donald Trump was in the White House because Donald Trump wouldn't put up with it. So Joe Biden, he's leading us right into World War III, just like Trump said at his rally a couple of days ago, Steve. I'm going to repeat myself one more time before I hang up. You don't react after China steps into Taiwan. You react before they get into Taiwan or some serious or some bad stuff is going to happen in the next couple of weeks. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Very good, Eagle. Thank you very much, and hope all goes well. Yeah, well, as far as weather in Talladega, yeah, you never know. It's the springtime, this time of year where, you might have those springtime showers and thunderstorms. Yeah, that's what we got. Whatever year that was, 10, 12, 15 years ago. It was actually the folks at Bostrom Seating, Mike Brunetti and the crew there that gave the invite to me and the wife to join them at Talladega. And we got to go down, got to see the Xfinity race. I guess that would have been like, what was that, Thursday, Friday? Yeah, I think that was when we were there for Friday, Saturday, the main event on Sunday. We had good weather first couple of days for those first races. Then, of course, they got the race started on Sunday. I think they got 20, 30 laps in, and the heavens opened up. Worse than they got the track almost dried, and then another deluge. Thought for sure they were going to cancel because once the sun goes down, they don't have lights at Talladega like they do at Daytona. They were finally able to get the race back underway. By then, I think it was like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And we had already left our stand seats, and gone back to the infield, anticipating that was going to be canceled. So, we got to watch the rest of the race from the infield. That was a little different. But, you just never know about the weather there. Our number, 844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, how do you remember those things so many years ago? You're right, Wheelchair Dave. It was Chef Boyardee. That was the handle he used, Chef Boyardee. They used to call in from Georgia. Thinking he worked in the seafood department there. All right, thank you. Last night we were talking in the last hour or two. You got some of the updates coming in as far as the vaccines. And we're seeing this rash of otherwise healthy, young, a rash of athletes, kind of just dropping dead, on the fields around the country in varying sports. And lo and behold, you had an update yesterday. Just such event took place on Monday. Another. A 21-year-old college athlete, Abdul Agbaji, died suddenly Monday. Cardiac arrest during a soccer game in Macon, Georgia. The young man was playing a pickup game at the Mercer University intramural fields when he collapsed on the field, according to the coroner there. Take him to the Atrium Health Medical Center, pronounced dead at 7:48 p.m. The statement from the Mercer president said it was a tragic incident. Our heart goes out to the Agbaji family. On their tragic loss, we ask the Mercer family to keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Words cannot convey the extent of our sadness over Baba's passing. Baba had been a valued member of the student-athlete community over the last 4 years. His coaches and teammates are obviously hurting. We're now focused on supporting the family and the team. The entire Mercer family is mourning tonight. 21 years old. Yeah, very healthy. Just boom. Dead on the field. All right, we're looking at 844-3388. Knucklebuster, what's happening this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I don't know. A lot of it might, maybe not a lot of it, but some of it may be due to performance-enhancing drugs there, Steve. I don't know. Maybe due to the COVID shot. Maybe due to other factors. We just don't really know. I know if you're an athlete,
absolutely.
You push your heart to the limit,
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, speed limiters, the people I've talked to, which are Tennessee's bosses, her upper echelon there, and they're pushing for 70 if you got a collision avoidance system, 65 if you don't. So I don't know. It's all up to the FMCSA. We'll see what they say there,
Correct.
So, yeah. Well, I live in a constitutional carry state, eminent domain, castle doctrine, whatever you want to call it. I can protect my property. I can protect myself there. Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, Texas, Oklahoma, that's all I run. They all have I don't even know how to say that.
Reciprocity.
Yeah, there you go. They all honor each other's stuff, so I don't have to worry about that stuff. But anyway, and my truck, it's in Mississippi, it's an extension of my home. In order for them to search my truck, I can either give them permission to search it, or I can make them go get a search warrant. So if my lawyer tells me, he lives right next door, so he tells me, you make them go get that search warrant. That way, it shows exactly what they're looking for in your truck. Anything else they find would be inadmissible in court, right? Anyway, since we're on the subject of guns, there is Philadelphia concealed gun holder acted in self-defense, fatally shooting the attacker at a cemetery. And the DA didn't press no charges on him, Steve, so that was a good deal there. And that Daniel Perry down there in Austin, Texas, he was an Uber driver, and they said the guy that he shot and killed had an AK-47 pointing at him. I mean, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want no AK-47 pointed at me.
No, sir.
If you point one at me, I'm gonna pull my water blaster out and I'm gonna soak you from head to toe, get you wet, right? And that guy that killed them people in that bank in Louisville Monday, he legally bought that rifle 6 days earlier. Well, 6 days he had a cooling off period. See, you could take another year and he'd still be ticked off at that bank. All them people there, right? So
you think
making people wait ain't gonna do nothing but delay the shooting. That's it, right?
Yeah, and you think about, I mean, the one in Nashville, the whole transgender woman, she had been planning hers for months, but she'd bought those guns over the last couple of years, actually. So yeah, I don't know if the waiting period would make a difference or not.
I don't think it would. It's just, people that got mental problems and ticked off at the world, they're gonna keep right on doing what they want to do there, Steve, no matter what we do. That's what they make the Second Amendment for, you to protect yourself. The 3 minutes that it took for them cops to get there in Louisville, if somebody had been a concealed carrier inside that bank, they could have stopped him from killing all them people in there. So, well, anyway, I heard on your news there that them sexually transmitted diseases were skyrocketing. Well, what do you think you're going to get when you lock people up in 2020 and tell them they can't go nowhere?
I thought about, the fact that, do you think that was all COVID related? Maybe it could have been, but hey, we got to get our news break here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Louisville police have released the police body cam footage from yesterday's mass shooting in a downtown Louisville bank.
I think I got him down. I think he's down.
The footage shows police moving in while encountering heavy gunfire, then shooting and killing the 25-year-old suspect. Police say after the gunman killed 5 people and injured 8 others, he waited in the bank lobby to ambush police. Washington, D.C. police say a shooting outside a funeral home in the northeast part of that city was a targeted attack.
It's unfortunate that someone would be so brazen to do such an act, let alone at a funeral. I mean, how low can you be?
D.C. Police Chief Robert Conti says 4 people were shot and 1 person is dead. The suspect is still at large. A lawsuit has been filed by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg to keep House Republicans from interfering in his case against former President Trump. Bragg would like a judge to invalidate subpoenas that have been or will be issued by Congressman Jim Jordan as part of an investigation into the DA's handling of the Trump case. China may be preparing to launch a war against Taiwan. That's according to the Taiwanese foreign minister. Joseph Wu told CNN that China's military exercises simulating joint precision strikes on Taiwan has the smaller country wondering whether China is going to make a real move on it. Wu condemned Beijing for the threat. The Pentagon says they will get to the bottom of a U.S. intelligence leak and find the source behind it.
I've been convening senior department leaders daily on our response, and I've directed an urgent cross-department effort.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the Department of Justice has also opened a criminal investigation into the leak. The documents that have been leaked online cover a range of issues, including sensitive information that's related to Russia's war against Ukraine. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The Biden administration has a plan to stop the flow of fentanyl into the United States. It includes sanctions to financially cripple illegal drug syndicates in Mexico and a ramping up of efforts to target money laundering activity related to drug trafficking. The Biden administration has also announced a $5 billion program to accelerate the development of next-generation COVID-19 vaccines and treatments.
Project NextGen will cut across government agencies and involve public and private collaborations with three primary goals: develop a nasal vaccine that will hopefully prevent infection as well as severe disease, develop longer-lasting vaccines, and create broader vaccines that protect against all variants and several different coronaviruses. It will also include funding to develop more durable monoclonal antibodies resistant to new variants, according to the administration. I'm Skip Kelly.
Former President Donald Trump's lead over Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in a potential Republican primary matchup is growing. A new Morning Consult poll showed Trump had 33 points on DeSantis, with 56% of the vote to DeSantis' 23%. That's Trump's biggest lead since the poll tracking began in December. Former Vice President Mike Pence comes in third at 7%, and Nikki Haley is fourth with 2%. WNBA star Brittany Griner says she's ready to open up about the unfathomable experience of being arrested and incarcerated in Russia. Griner says she's working on a book about her experience that should be released in the spring of next year. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So it was, wasn't yesterday, day before yesterday. Finally had to make the call. Yeah, the grass. Time for that first cutting of the season. And of course, seeing as I had not treated my gas with Stabil last spring, like I should have. I think I only had a couple of cups left in the can. So disposed of that and drained what was left in the mower. Took that gas can up to the station and got fresh gas, which is indeed now treated with Stabil. And with the fresh gas, I think it took me 2 or 3 pulls and she fired right up. That's because for over 60 years, Stabil has been the go-to additive when storing the likes of lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's got to be sitting around with gas in it. Seeing as Stabil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Had I treated my fuel with Stabil last spring, I wouldn't have had to get fresh gas. It would have been fresh. But the gas I've got now going to be good all summer long. With the smaller yard, just got the push mower. So I think I had the 2-gallon can. Didn't take but like a half an ounce. 1 32-ounce bottle of Stabil will treat 80 gallons of gasoline. So, 1 bottle goes a long way for me, right? Meanwhile, the probe into the leaked classified documents, boy, it's, according to the Pentagon and intelligence officials, this is a pretty big deal, they're saying. An interagency investigation being led by the Pentagon's Office of Intelligence and Security could take months to complete, they're saying. The purpose is going to be to determine if sources and methods were compromised. Many of the documents that marked top secret that it ended up posted on a social media platform. They're going to try to determine the scope of the leak. Here's one concern they have. They acknowledge they don't know if more classified documents are still out there, possibly circulating elsewhere. The Pentagon's probe will not be focused on who leaked the documents. Why, I don't know. But will re-examine how the Defense Department distributes classified documents. Now, the official noted, way too many people have access to very sensitive information. This is one senior U.S. official noting that thousands of people likely saw the documents before they went online. We're still investigating how this happened, as well as the scope of the issue, according to the assistant of the Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs. One senior Defense Department official said, there have been steps to take a closer look at how this type of information is distributed and to whom it is distributed. Still trying to assess what might be out there. Let's see. Malancy Harris, the Deputy Undersecretary for Intelligence and Security, is going to be leading this probe. The Associated Press reported the leak might have started on Discord, that chat room we talked about last evening that's on a social media platform that's very popular with the gaming community, gamers. All right, the AP said the posts appear to have gone unnoticed outside of that chat room for a rather lengthy time, until just a few weeks ago. And as they said, began to circulate more widely on social media. Of course, then when the major news outlets got a hold of it, this has sounded alarm bells to U.S. officials and sparked a Justice Department investigation. But the simple fact they don't know what else might be out there. All right, when it comes to presidential politics, who all's in the race? I didn't even catch it the other day that apparently, I think it was last week, what's the name? Asa Hutchinson. Yeah, the governor down south apparently tossed his hat in the ring. I totally missed that. Should have asked Monkey Gouger what he thinks about South Carolina's Republican Senator Tim Scott taking the next official step toward his possibly making a bid for the presidency in 24. Scott is set to announce the formation of an exploratory committee, according to those familiar with his plans. In an email to supporters, Scott teased that he would be making a, quote, major announcement during an appearance on Fox News this morning, Wednesday morning. I've been doing a lot of thinking the past few months. I've been thinking about my faith. I've been thinking about the future of our country. And I've been thinking about the left's plan to ruin America. For months, he's been developing the infrastructure to accompany a bid for the White House, building out his political action committee, visiting some of the early voting states. This week, he returns to New Hampshire and Iowa for roundtable discussions and some meet and greets with voters before heading back to South Carolina for breakfast, policy discussions, and political update with some of the donors there. Now, if he enters the field, which it sounds in all likelihood like he's going to do this morning, he will join another South Carolinian. Now, that's former Governor Nikki Haley, of course, former President Donald Trump, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, and the anti-woke biotech entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, all officially in the race now. Now, if elected, Scott, the only black Republican senator, would be the nation's first black Republican president. He has signaled how he might distinguish himself from the others in the race by leaning into a more hopeful message than what they call the grievance-based politics that are being advocated by others. So that could be interesting. The field continues to grow. Who all will be in the mix? All right, let me get back, finish up with Knucklebuster. Ran out of time there.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Hold me over. I don't know. It don't sound like we got a whole lot good going on for this next presidential election. We're waiting. 2024 is a long way off. But speaking about them sexually transmitted diseases, Skyrocket, what do they expect when you lock people up and can't go nowhere? There's going to be a lot of sex going on there, you know. I read where Howard Stern was dumbfounded over Kid Rock's Bud Light protest. Why are you so upset about this? I'd be dumbfounded as to why anybody even listens to Howard Stern there. And John Rich pulled all that Bud Light out of his bar down there in Nashville,
yes,
a.k.a. Hillbilly Hollywood. So, well, you know, suffer the consequences, all I can tell you. I want to give a belated Semper Fi happy birthday to John Kinzel Sr. He was a World War II veteran, Steve. He rang in his special day back in January. He was one of the Navajo code talkers back, and he turned 106-year-old, Steve. I mean, that's something special there, you know.
No doubt.
I read also a grandmother gave her grandson a $1 million California scratch-off ticket for his 18th birthday.
Yeah.
He won $1 million, Steve.
Really?
He said, yeah, I ain't even got a driver's license yet, and I've already won $1 million.
Wow.
Yeah. So, this off-road buggy hydraulically extends its frame, and it will twist your brain up, Steve. It looks like a dune buggy, but the hydraulics on it lift it way up. It was crazy. I've seen that on the drive there. And Monkey Gouger, he should have started that story off with, you ain't going to believe this, but, and Tennessee got me today, Steve. After years of frustration at my inability to pay attention to her 5-hour conversations, she implemented a brilliant new tactic to trick me into listening to her. She started her conversation with, This is the Tennessee Overnight Drive. You listen to him for 5 hours. It's my turn now.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, I got some sad news for you. A big rig overturns up there in Ohio, spilling that toxic soil from the Ohio train crash.
Yep.
And that is not a good thing. Yep. So, anyway, that's all my bull on it for right now. We'll keep listening in for later on tonight there, Mr. Steve Summers. Have a great day.
Thank you, Knucklebuster. Yeah, that was in the industry headlines I had over here. Yeah, we had suggested when they began the process of trucking this toxic waste out of there, and some of it was going rather lengthy distances. I remember originally some of it going to Texas, still some going to Indiana. I think Michigan put the kibosh on. Yeah, it was 40,000 pounds of contaminated soil from the East Palestine train derailment that overturned on Monday, according to the Highway Patrol. The tractor trailer, which had an open top, went off the road in Columbiana County about 1 o'clock Monday afternoon, hit a utility pole, overturned, spilled about half the cargo. Now, the EPA said the spill was contained, did not threaten any nearby waterways. The driver, Philip Falk, was cited for operating a vehicle without reasonable control. He did suffer some minor injuries in the crash. Of course, that soil contaminated in that February 3rd derailment, so they're still trucking that stuff out of there. I don't know how many loads they've moved, but it's a bunch. Our number, 844-844-3388. Back into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. Back at it here. Knucklebuster mentioned the Bud Light saga. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, earlier, I think it was on the Monday morning program, I shared one report where they were talking to various bars and establishments in the state of Wyoming, where most of the respondents there, the bar owners and whatnot, said they hadn't really seen any noticeable change in orders for Bud Light there. Subsequent reports elsewhere around the country, I guess it Depends on varying regions of the country. I guess obviously in the the woke big cities, nothing's going to change. Apparently, parts of the heart of the country, areas like the Bible Belt, as they call it, and especially the Southeast, they are saying some of the beer distributors are in limbo. The Bud Light orders aren't coming in. The rest on the story, John Rich says he's ridding his Nashville, Tennessee bar of Bud Light products. He joined Tucker Carlson Monday, said his customers have spoken, and they don't want to see any Bud Light products or paraphernalia in the bar. I think the customers decide. He said, customers are king. So I own a bar downtown in Nashville, the Redneck Riviera. Our number one selling beer up until a few days ago was, guess what? Bud Light. That was the number one beer. We've got cases and cases and cases of it sitting back there. But in the past several days, you are hard-pressed to find anybody ordering one. So as the business owner, I go, hey, if you guys aren't going to order it, we got to put something else in here. And at the end of the day, that is capitalism. That's how it works. Of course, he said the transgender pandering, it's their right to market whatever they want and however they want. They're making a bet that this is going to sell more product. But he noted these kind of campaigns can drive away longtime customers. What's happening, he said, Tucker, is people who've been loyal to brands for decades and decades are finding it's hard to stay loyal to them. So they start hunting down other brands that they can go support. And there's tons of up-and-coming American brands out there that people are flooding to right now, kind of like mine. He said followers, ask his Twitter followers to weigh in on which beer they'd like to replace Bud Light at his bar. Of course, everybody had touched on Travis Tritt, Kid Rock, some of the others. That's just, like I said, it'll take a bit of time to see what the ramifications are going to be. You go woke, you go broke. I've heard that before. Gilligan, I believe. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Hey, I'm glad to hear old Knucklebuster called in. He said he was going to cross the river there last night. I was hoping he was going to use the bridge, so obviously he did. What do you think?
Right.
Yeah, he was talking Monday morning about that company got busted for tuning up trucks to bypass some of the systems. I don't know if this is similar or not, but I worked for a company called Purdy Brothers there in Tennessee. Some of your brothers are probably familiar with them. Now, we had the pre-emissions engines, the 06 engines and that, but they'd super tune our trucks, what they call it now. They get about a half a mile to a gallon better fuel mileage. And every time we get stuck in an emissions check with the ones that were super tuned in New Jersey, they fail every time. It's kind of funny, I don't know whether it's the same idea, but like I said, those were pre-emissions trucks. One of the reasons I left was we were still running them trucks when I left at 14. The truck I was running had almost 1 million miles on it, and 1 million miles on a Detroit ain't a good thing, especially sitting in a Freightliner. So, but it is what it is. Their loss, my gain. Eagle brought up about the possible 30-day waiting period on after purchasing a gun. That's not going to stop this crap. These people, they're going to pull it anyway. I mean, it's a mental illness problem. I believe it's also, I'm a Christian man. I'm a firm believer in the Lord Jesus Christ. And I believe to this day we have demons on this earth, and a lot of that. I think these people might even be demon possessed, a lot of them. You know, but that's my thoughts on it.
Sure.
Well, something was brought up last night about the having the guns in your truck. I know you clarified that there's no federal law against it, but there seemed to be some confusion about transporting handguns across state lines. There's no federal law on that. There's different states that have different laws. You take where I live. For years, you had to have it in a locked box in West Virginia, separate from the driver's compartment. Maryland, the ammunition separate from it. Maryland still has that law. West Virginia has passed constitutional carry. Now, I used to work as an armed security guard back in the early 90s down Front Royal, Virginia, at the Virginia Inland Port. Some of your drivers are probably interested, probably know that place. And Virginia, you had to have it in the open. You could not carry it locked in a box. It had to be in the open. So when I got to the state line, I literally had to take my gun out of the case and lay it on the seat just to go to my job of an evening or morning, whichever shift I was working, which I thought was rather crazy. Well, anyway, that's about all I got, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right. There's a website which is usconcealedcarry.com. It's all one word, usconcealedcarry.com. It brings up a map, and you can actually click on your respective state. I click on the state of Ohio, and it shows the map, all the states that will recognize the Ohio concealed carry permit. Carry allowed with my Ohio permit. See, there are states that do not allow. Then the map, those would be the red states, the color red on the map. As far as the Ohio concealed carry permit, California does not recognize it. Oregon does not recognize it. Minnesota, Illinois, New York, much of the Northeast corridor. Your liberal cities up there. Much of the country. Indiana, Wisconsin, Virginia, North Carolina. All through the Southeast. Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas. You got the Dakotas, Nebraska, New Mexico, Montana, Idaho. They all recognize, yes, you can carry in those states with an Ohio concealed carry permit. So, and the laws vary from one state to the next. If you've got an Illinois carry permit, oddly enough, Washington State does not recognize it. See, they recognize Ohio, but not Illinois. States like California, Oregon, New York, I don't know that there's any states that they recognize. You know what I mean? It's just, and that's what you got to be careful about. It's the reciprocity laws. They've tried for years to pass universal reciprocity to no avail. All right, we get our news break in, then back to your calls. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Deputy Louisville Police Chief Paul Humphrey said the officers who responded to yesterday's bank shooting deserve all the recognition they get.
Anybody who gets shot at reacts. For people to react by staying there, staying in the fire, and going back inside the scene, keeping themselves in danger, that's superhuman.
Police released the body cam footage this afternoon, and it shows officers coming under heavy fire before shooting and killing the 25-year-old suspect. A lawsuit has been filed by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg to keep House Republicans from interfering in his case against former President Trump. Bragg is asking a judge to invalidate subpoenas that have been or will be issued by Congressman Jim Jordan. They were a part of an investigation into the DA's handling of the Trump case. And the Postal Service wants to raise the price of stamps to offset inflation. They're seeking approval to raise the price of first-class mail stamps by 3 cents to 66 cents. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Boy, this is a story that makes you say, how is that possible? A missing woman found alive inside a car that was submerged in a lake. Found by the crew that was hired to drag the car out of the lake. Yeah, bizarre. Marion County Sheriff's Office posted on Facebook that the woman had been missing since Wednesday of last week, but was rescued from the submerged car on Friday, 2 days later. A photograph released by the sheriff's office showed two men pulling the woman into their boat next to the vehicle in a Lake of the Pines. The unidentified woman had been reported missing by the Longview, Texas Police Department. She was hospitalized, condition not released, but the vehicle, a black Jeep, was first noticed in the big lake by a fisherman. It was about 40 feet away from Woody's Camp boat ramp. We don't know how long the Jeep was in the water, according to Captain Rogers. The fisherman stuck around until the woman was discovered by the tow truck driver, and he actually aided the man in rescuing the woman. Although she had been missing for 2 days, she had only been reported missing to law enforcement hours before she was found in the lake at about 12:30 in the morning. Yeah, Longview's about 24 miles away from the lake. Now, given the details of this case, we're not able to release any information right now, according to the Police Records Administrator. Investigation is ongoing. nothing to indicate this was anything more than an accident. But you just, again, I don't think she is a vehicle waterproof to the point where the water wouldn't come in. I don't know how long she had actually been in the water there, but what a crazy story. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. I guess it depends on what kind of air pocket you have and how big of an air pocket you have, and as you said, how long you've been in the water for. Maybe the car wasn't totally submerged. Maybe it was just in the water. They didn't say it was totally submerged either. So,
well, initially it said it was submerged, but I don't know. It did say.
Okay.
That's
okay.
which. Yeah.
All right, I missed that part. But anyways, I guess we should start out with hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
Hump day already. Yes, indeed.
There you go. Yeah, got that out of the way now. So a couple of things there from your news thing there. I hear that that Grainer, what's her name there, that got detained over in Russia for having the cannabis in her possession there when she went in, got arrested, and she was in what, a Russian prison for like 10 months or something. Now she's going to write a book about her experience of being in that whole deal there going on and what it was like for her to be there. Now, is she going to take the proceeds from that book and reimburse the United States? I mean, the United States taxpayers that spent so much money to get her out and bring her home? Is she going to use that money to reimburse us, Your Honor?
Right. Okay. Yeah. Bank on it.
Yeah. And the other thing about the U.S. tax dollar money here, what's this deal that the government's going to spend money for this new COVID vaccination nasal spray type deal for these drug manufacturers to be able to? Oh, wait a minute! Didn't we already have the government pay for these drugs? Some of these types of drugs for COVID to be manufactured, and now the drug companies have jacked the prices up on them because they're not selling them to the U.S. government anymore. How does this work, Your Honor?
Right.
How come our tax dollars are going to develop all this stuff and do all these things, but when it comes around to capitalizing on what goes on, they're putting the profits in their pocket instead of reimbursing the United States taxpayers? I don't know. I'm just asking here, and I don't know. So you had that deal there about the derating the engines. You were talking there last week, and Gilligan kind of brought it back up again in that, or not derating, but what do you call that there? I had it right there on the tip of my tongue there. Oh boy, this is a terrible call now. But
I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so when you bypass your emission system and all that, and so you had the guy on there from Pittsburgh Power there, and if anybody's had their truck, supposedly Pittsburgh Power won't work on anybody's truck that's been altered there, so that they'll want it back.
That was the whole the tune thing. They call it the tuning, tuning the engine.
Yep.
Yeah.
So anyways, but if you've had it altered so that it's not working with the emission system, supposedly they won't tune it or make it run performance wise without having the whole emission system put back together. And of course, apparently they use the competitor's product there. He did mention that a few times when you were at the truck show.
Did you see how he snuck that in?
Yeah, he didn't have any problem mentioning that other name there, did he? Or when he was sitting at the Hot Shot Secret booth there.
Yeah,
he didn't have any problem.
There was an after-the-fact discussion between Chris Gabrelchik and Kyle Fisher about, what the hell's he trying to do here,
Yeah. So, but anyways, I mean, I know people that have had trucks out to them, and the thing is even though they're still using the regular emission system, they've more than doubled their mileage on their DEF fluid. So say you get 125 miles a gallon on your DEF fluid. After you go out and see him and he actually makes the engine run better, they're actually getting somewhere around 250 to 300 miles a gallon on the DEF fluid. and that's just the setting of the engines and everything, and they pretty much do it all with the computer. So, but there's nothing illegal about that part. That's just making the engine run to its performance level and more efficient. So, but it's I tell you what, I'd normally be able to throw that word right out off the top of my head there for what it is there when you bypass you take out the emissions and all that. Somebody else will call back in there. But anyways, so that's all that nonsense about that. Chef Boyardee, that was the name you were looking for there. I first heard you read that, I was thinking of Gator there, the old Food Lion driver.
Right.
We haven't heard much from him either, because I guess he got hurt or something. And then,
yeah, somebody a few months ago said, I think, he got hurt and he's not on the road or something. So.
Yeah, and he'd been driving daytimes and all that, and so he kind of got off the cycle from being on the air with us in the overnight and that. So, and I guess the last thing there I got going for you is Charlie. I talked to him probably last time was about 6 months ago there, and he's still out there doing his motorcycle riding with his wife. And what were they doing? They were doing the geocache or geocoins or whatever. They chase these things, these electronic, tidbits down, kind of like the fine. What do you call that when you go out there in search of things there? That they usually send the kids out on there. You hide stuff for all the kids. They got these things hidden all around the country, and so they go out and looking and try to find these things. But he is fully retired, because I'd actually talked to the lady that he worked with there at the company he hauled the yeast for, and she told me that Charlie's fully retired and we really don't call him anymore, but they were a big supporter of the Make-A-Wish convoy, and that's how Charlie was involved with it. Was that company he worked for was a big supporter, and they normally had one of their trucks in the top 30. One of their trucks was usually one of the top 30 donators there, and with all of COVID happen, and they had an older fleet, older company. The trucks are all good, but the company themselves they weren't bringing the real younger people in, having troubles hiring and everything like everybody else does, and so the age of their driver fleet was getting up there, and COVID hit them hard. They had a hard time with COVID in that company, and so they weren't able to do all the fundraising and everything. So last year and then again this year, they are going to donate through my donation page, and they made a pretty substantial donation for me last year, and of course with the matching from Hot Shot Secret there, the dollar for dollar, that it made quite the difference into where I was at for this year's standings, and I greatly appreciate Vicky and their company, coming back and supposedly going to be able to donate again this year for that, and they wanted to help support the cause, and as I say, they're going to supposedly donate again through my donation page. So there's an update for Charlie for you too. So, but other than that, I guess, can I say it right now, Your Honor? Is it okay for me to say this right now? Just let me throw it right out here, because this is what I'm thinking of the next 2 days. It's too hot. It's too hot. Turn it down. All right, Your Honor, we'll let you go with that. You wanna go out there and do your—
I don't want to hear that. No way. Yeah, thank you, Craig. Scavenger hunt. That's the word he was looking for there. And I'm not sure. I mean, when talking about the bypassing the emission system, that was the tuning. You call them the tuning the trucks, right? Let me see here from FreightWaves. The story of team drivers for Chromex Incorporated out of Villa Park, Illinois, say things were looking bleak after they were stranded in a Chicago area hotel for 3 days, more than 1,000 miles from home, without a paycheck or a truck, until a truckers' outreach organization offered to pay their rental car expenses to get them home to Jacksonville, Florida. Yesterday, the team drivers were headed home thanks to the nonprofit group.
known as TIER, Truckers Emergency Assistance Responders, after the drivers feared being homeless in Illinois when their funds ran out. The father-son team, with a combined 24 years driving experience under their belts, said Daniel or Danielle Kriznak, the owner of Chromex, essentially ghosted them after returning their tractor trailer to the carrier's yard on Friday as they waited for a different truck to drive, which never arrived. Neither did their paychecks, which amounted to about $3,000 for 2 weeks' pay and reimbursement for the hotel they booked to wait for their new truck and to be out of the shop. The younger of the father-son team said it was all empty promises. He asked to be identified by his Twitter handle, or Super Hustle. I thought we were friends, but he's in the wind and he's not going to respond anymore. He's blocked all of our numbers. The father didn't want to be named in the interview as well for fear of retaliation. But at one point, this particular company said they operated to company drivers but were paid as 1099 contractors. Asked if they could move personal items they cleared out of their other truck, check out of the hotel, and stay in the new truck until it was finished because their funds were dwindling. The owner's response back to the drivers was, quote, "Company is bankrupt and closed, bro. Trucks went back to the bank." As of publication, FreightWaves was unable to confirm that Chromex had filed for bankruptcy. Now, they listed 15 power units and 16 drivers as of October of last year, according to the FMCSA's website. However, one of the drivers said that number had dropped down to about 5 trucks in recent months leading up to the closure. Over the past 24 months, Chromex's truck had been inspected 20 times. 6 had been placed out of service. That's a 30% out of service rate. That's higher than the industry national average. All right, they go through some of the other numbers, but just being hung out to dry. When asked by some of the other drivers, would you be paid and why you gave up the truck, you said, I lose money running your ass on a truck with payments. All right, about 12 before the hour, see what's going on with that maybe. Is that Philip by chance?
That's me. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing all right. How's your week going? Happy hump day.
It's going, man. It's going. It's been crazy down here with the weather, and anybody that's a company driver that goes to work for a company and they're doing a 1099, that'd be kind of questionable in my circumstances. If I was going into a trucking job and as a company driver to have a 1099, that's kind of sketchy. What do you think?
Well, you're correct. Yeah, that's something just not right.
Yeah, most of the legit companies out there, they all do the same program. I mean, it's pretty much how it is. I mean, at least it was that way when I was in it. And your buddy there was wanting to know what to call that. That's called a delete. When you do something on a diesel system, it's called a delete. Have you ever heard that term, Steve?
Seems like that might have been in the story I shared about the tuning thing.
Yeah, anytime that you modify a diesel, they use the term delete. So, like, if you take the def off, that's a delete. Take the EGR off, change it, that's a delete. Anything with emissions, delete. That's the way the computer looks at it, delete it. You deleted it from the system. Now, I'm not sure if your tunes, I'm not so much up on diesels as much as I am on the car thing, but with the deletes with the tunes, some of that is illegal when you delete a lot of that federally. So you got to be really careful when you do that.
That's what the story last week was all about. There was a company there in, I think up in New Jersey, that had performed supposedly thousands of these, and these guys are going to jail now. Because they were illegally, they're violating the EPA's Clean Air Act,
And that's what the story last week was all about. Apparently, I'm assuming most of these drivers, when their promise was, we're going to tune your truck and get you better horsepower, better fuel economy, blah, blah, blah. But their tune was actually deleting, I guess, and bypassing all the emission stuff on the trucks.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, I've got friends that have done that on their pickup trucks, the ones with the diesels. They've deleted the DEF, and I've seen them delete other things too. But, you know, I wouldn't want to get busted with that stuff. I can tell you that much. That's a federal fine there. You know, I found out something really interesting the other day. I took off Monday because that was my son's birthday, and he's a big drag racing guy as far as the exotic cars go. And we went to a shop and visited with a friend of ours that has a shop. And he told me there's one sanctioned track in drag racing that's in California, and that's in Pomona. And they have to go through certain rules to run their race days. So, like, every time they have an event, they have to, before they even schedule the event or promote it, they have to go to the state of California and say, we're going to be doing this at this time, we're going to be doing it for this many hours, and they have to go through a bunch of red tape to have a drag race. And I thought that was kind of interesting. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. He says, no, it's pushing out day in and day after with all this stuff that's going on with the electric cars and trying to get the gas cars out of the deal. And he said it's becoming a nuisance now more than it is anything else. And he's actually going into other business. I'm not going to say what it is, but it's just one of those things. It's like a lot of these race shops that you're seeing around the country, they're going to disappear. And a lot of drag racing, your local drag racing events, your local NASCAR-like type events, mom and pop tracks, you're going to see a lot of that go by the wayside pretty soon because of all these EPA stuff. Did you hear about the one down in Bradenton that they're building the neighborhoods down there? They might be getting rid of that track. You heard anything about that, Steve?
Seems like that came up here a month or so ago.
Yeah, I mean, we all know who Cletus McFarland is that owns the Freedom Factory. I mean, that area is right beside Bradenton's track, and he's concerned about it. And by the way, Steve, I heard another story yesterday. So China's copying our airplanes now. Have you seen that?
That I have not. No, China's copied our what?
Okay, so you know what a 737 is, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
You know that big. All right, so we all know what a 737 is. That's the airplane that most of us fly on when we go somewhere in the United States, a Boeing 737. Well, check out this. China's got a plane now called a C919, and it is almost a direct copy of a 737. It uses the same components, same engines. A lot of the same manufacturers that supply Boeing supply this company that makes the C919. And there is actually a big story going around that there was a lot of espionage and stuff going on to get this plane built. And it wasn't like legitimately engineered like it was supposed to, but if you look at the plane, the nose on it's a little different, or the cockpit and all that is a little different. But other than that, I mean, the plane from the front to the back is on a 737. So if you can't pull that up, Steve.
Okay. Well, isn't that what China? That's what China does. That's what they're notorious for. Anything you make here, they'll copy it and make a cheaper version of it, and they don't care about the copyright infringement.
Well, they're saying that this airplane will never set down on American soil because of this. They say it will strictly be flown in other countries other than America. And another thing, I heard you talking about a lady that was in a Jeep that was in a lake that was still alive.
Yes.
We just had something that happened down here that she could have not been at, her misfortune could have been what happened with this teacher. Had a teacher disappear 3 years ago over around the Port Orange, New Smyrna area. Well, Saturday, I believe it was Saturday, they found a car in a canal, and it was this teacher's car, and they found a body in it, and it turned out to be the teacher. So they're still investigating that one, but her misfortune could have been that. So, I mean, it could have been a lot worse. So that's all I got today, bud. I'll talk to y'all later, and y'all have a good one.
All right, and it looks like maybe next week, Starship. Yeah, Elon Musk sent out a tweet on Monday that said, Starship launch trending towards the end of the third week of April, a.k.a. next week. He did not give a more specific date range, but it's kind of funny. According to Space.com, they say he may very well be targeting April the 20th, which that's the holiday for the cannabis culture, 420. Apparently, Elon likes to make references and jokes about 420. And he gave an apparent nod to the possibility of an April 20th launch in a tweet last month. Now, SpaceX is not entirely in control of the schedule. The company's still waiting on the orbital launch license from the FAA. So you probably shouldn't book any flights to South Texas just yet. But this is Elon Musk's development, looking to take people and cargo to the moon, as well as Mars and beyond. This enormous vehicle, designed to be fully reusable, a breakthrough that Musk believes will usher in a space flight revolution. But there's a lot more yet to be done. All right, so we'll be kind of watching for that next week. Meanwhile, we roll toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. It's 844-844-3388.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your... This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Louisville police have released the police body cam footage from yesterday's mass shooting in a downtown Louisville bank. The footage shows police moving in while encountering heavy gunfire, then shooting and killing the 25-year-old suspect. Deputy Chief Paul Humphrey said the police officers who responded to the scene deserve all the recognition they get.
They deserve to be honored for what they did, because it is not something that comes easily. It is not something that comes naturally. Anybody who gets shot at reacts. For people to react by staying there, staying in the fire, and going back inside the scene, keeping themselves in danger, that's superhuman.
Police say after the gunman killed 5 people and injured 8 others, he waited in the bank lobby to ambush police. A lawsuit has been filed by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg to keep House Republicans from interfering in his case against former President Trump. Bragg would like a judge to invalidate subpoenas that have been or will be issued by Congressman Jim Jordan as part of an investigation into the DA's handling of the Trump case. The Pentagon says they will get to the bottom of a U.S. intelligence leak and find the source behind it.
I've been convening senior department leaders daily on our response, and I've directed an urgent cross-department effort.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the Department of Justice has also opened a criminal investigation. The documents that have been leaked online cover a range of issues, including sensitive information related to Russia's war against Ukraine. Whole Foods is temporarily closing their flagship San Francisco store due to rampant crime in the area. The Amazon subsidiary has only been open for a year. Last year, the store reduced its operating hours because of theft. Meanwhile, Starbucks stores around the city have been removing indoor and outdoor seating areas. While the coffee giant hasn't said why, employees believe Starbucks is eliminating seating due to the homeless and people with mental illnesses in the surrounding areas. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The global economy is in a better state than expected, despite the ongoing war in Ukraine. So says Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen.
Prices of commodities like food and energy have stabilized. Supply chain pressures continue to ease, and global growth projections remain higher than they were in the fall.
Yellen reiterated that the banking system remains sound and that she doesn't anticipate a downturn in the U.S. economy. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is vowing to protect women's reproductive rights following a Texas judge decision to block a widely used abortion pill.
And last year, the attacks were on abortion procedures. This year, medication abortion. What's next? Contraception? Birth control? Well, I'm here to say, not in New York, not now, not ever.
Hochul says the state is taking steps to protect abortion by introducing legislation and requiring insurers to cover medical abortions, as well as stockpiling a 5-year supply of another abortion drug. YouTube TV is announcing the pricing for its NFL Sunday Ticket. The NFL announced it would be moving the service to YouTube last year and signed a 7-year deal. The price for YouTube TV customers will be $349 for the entire season, while non-customers will pay $449 for the 2023 season. And WNBA star Brittany Griner says she's ready to open up about her experience of being arrested and incarcerated in Russia. She's working on a book that should be out next spring. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF Regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, everybody on the same page now. Welcome into a Wednesday as we cross that midnight hour on the West Coast. So here we are, 12th day of April, waiting for the big warm-up in the eastern two-thirds of the country. Yeah, it was downright hot out west. What'd you hit, 98 degrees in Phoenix yesterday? Like Horsefeather said, it's too hot. No. And real quick, let me get back to the Starship launch next week is what the anticipation is. It's a pretty big deal. Starship Super Heavy first stage, powered by 33 of SpaceX's new Raptor engines. The upper stage, the Starship itself, has 6 Raptors. Those 33 first stage engines will generate, get a load of this, about 16.5 million pounds of thrust and liftoff, meaning Starship will become the most powerful rocket in history when it successfully flies for the first time. Now, remember the Artemis launch last year, the NASA super rocket? That produced about 8.8 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. So this Starship, nearly twice the power of the Artemis launch. And I'm thinking back that after the Artemis launch there at the Cape, remember they came back out a couple days later and said, the force of that thrust actually blew out some of the elevator doors. It did some damage out there to the pad. I can't imagine what nearly double that sort of force would generate there, but that is incredible. All right, meanwhile, lines available. What's on your mind at 844-844-3388? All right, we'll get back to the calls here in just a moment. There's been a fair share of things that I've really liked about Ron DeSantis there, governor of Florida. Some things not necessarily like, and of course, can't like everything about anybody or nothing about everybody, but something I really do like that Ron DeSantis said this past day, and if he were to ever become the president of the United States. And now, I'm going to vote for Trump in the primary. Undoubtedly. My wife asked me, well, do we like this Ron DeSantis guy? I said, well, if he becomes the nominee, undoubtedly, I would vote for him for president. But I'm going to vote for Donald Trump in the primary. So at this point, we'll leave it at that. But Ron DeSantis says he's vowing that Florida will, quote, never recognize a centralized digital currency. That's the big push going on right now. And the Biden administration is testing this digital currency. What he said, there's legislation that's been introduced in Florida yesterday that would do just that. It cannot be overstated how important this is. With this legislation, Florida is vowing it will never, in all capitals, never recognize a centralized digital currency. Centralized digital currency is critical to big government and globalist agendas. And Governor DeSantis is crippling their greatest measure of control, he said. Shared a document, I guess it was the press secretary for DeSantis, shared a document detailing Florida's bill, which would prohibit the use of federally sanctioned CBDC as money within Florida's Uniform Commercial Code. It would ban CBDCs issued by foreign government reserves and central banks, including China's digital yuan. So DeSantis is urging other states to take action against the threat posed by centralized global currency, noted it violates personal privacy. It opens the door to government sanctioned surveillance. So the Florida bills, House Bill 7049, Senate Bill 7054, effectively address the issues about centralized digital currencies. DeSantis commented earlier this week that the Federal Reserve announced they had made no decision on issuing a central bank digital currency and would not do so without specific clear support from Congress and the executive branch. Ideally in the form of a specific authorizing law. It is not merely ideal that major changes in policy receive specific authorization from Congress. It is constitutionally required, he said. Unaccountable institutions cannot impose a CBDC on Americans. They'll tell us they won't abuse. But we are wise enough to know better. This wolf comes as a wolf. Yes, the Biden administration's effort to inject a centralized digital bank currency is about surveillance and control. So this legislation will protect Florida consumers and businesses from the reckless adoption of a centralized digital currency. I like that. I'd like other states to follow suit, kind of send the message. We're not going to go down the path of essentially where China is right now with the centralized digital yuan, absolute surveillance of every citizen, every purchase, every paycheck, every item you buy, they can track in China. All right, see what's going on with 5-7, I believe it is. Hey there.
Morning.
Morning.
Oh, okay. I'm backing up on the dump here in Charleston, so I'm being careful, watching what I'm doing, trying to talk at the same time, multitasking here. Okay. What I called about Bradley Manning, Barack Obama pardoned him. Now, he was convicted and sent to jail for leaking secrets. He was an Army, sergeant or corporal. I mean, it's just hard to believe he had access to this kind of information. So something about that always stunk. But at the same time, he ended up becoming a transgender. Now, I'm going to tie this into something. With all these people, I've never sat down and looked, but listening tonight, I'm thinking, I wonder, did all these people that's been doing this stuff, because we're wondering, what's going on in the world? What's going on with these youth? What's going on? The things that's going on now wasn't even a part of our DNA, 60s, 70s, 80s, even the 90s. But now it's going on everywhere. Now, did all of these kids, all the way back to Columbine and the rest of them, did they get the mood-altering drugs in school? Is there a tie-in with all these characters that's gone berserk? I can tell you a personal story. My nephew, he's hyperactive. They gave him mood-altering drugs in high school. I made slightly mention of this to my sister, and she went off on me. So you're saying I did something wrong to my child, So I backed down. I said, sweetie, you did what the doctors told you should do. But let's remember, they've got doctors now telling parents they need to castrate their 11-year-old. But when he was on that mood-altering drug, he ended up turning on his own family, drug. All of a sudden, everything was a racist thing. He was adopted. I first met him in '86 when he was no bigger than a loaf of bread. But doggone, he turned on us. He had white girlfriends, made 4 babies, gets involved in drugs. He ends up getting high as a kite, and my brother-in-law was a multimillionaire. Just hands him a car at 16, hands him a car, gas card. I look at my sister. Can you imagine us growing up in an orphanage? Can you imagine having something like that when you were 16? They don't even know where the car's at because he was high as a kite. They had to track it down. He's been in jail off and on over drug charges. Now he, quote, is gay. You got to wonder if these things, this stuff that's happening today, this unusual, strange stuff, is not something that we put drugs in them when they're young and developing still. But they say people are developing right up, to 26 years old? And then we sort of, is there any tie-in to this stuff? Go ahead.
I was going to say, you can't help but wonder. Something's happened somewhere down the line. It just doesn't happen naturally overnight.
And it's almost like if you ask the question, there's something wrong with me asking the question. And so I'm just throwing that out there. I'm thinking something about Monkey Gouger's comment earlier. I used to haul gasoline, and I remember every time I would go make a delivery, I would have to put the yellow paste on the stick. You always stuck your tank first, wrote down the readings, and there would be, on the yellow paste, there would be like so many inches up to a foot for 20,000 gallon tank. You could have a foot of water in there before they'd start worrying about pumping water out of the tank. But I'm sort of wondering if some of the guys out there, are they still doing that? Because every time I had to write down the water reports and then the empty tank measurements and full tank measurements. So, but I'm surprised that. Well, I guess I'm not. Nowadays, everybody's so worried about getting sued that they didn't tell Monkey Gouger, come on, we'll make it good, So, just a great show tonight, Steve. We'll be waiting for our notification come Thursday morning already. And,
already.
For the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There you go. All right. Thank you much there. 5-7. Speaking of the Monkey Gouger, he'll be up right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I found a real quick update in regards to that former recycling center fire there in Richmond, Indiana this past. It's right there toward the Ohio-Indiana borderline, central portions of the state. This fire is so big that, I mean, on the Indiana side, I mean, I'm seeing photographs, people that were literally 20 miles away. On the Ohio side, it was seen as far south as like Butler and Montgomery counties in Ohio. The Richmond fire chief said it was fully loaded with unknown type of plastics. They're not sure what exactly had burned. But the fire spread from the semi-trailer to other piles of plastic that were around the trailer. We only had one access into where the fire was. All the other access roads were blocked by other piles of plastic and other semi-trailers. So once the fire got out of control, it kind of darkened down on us. We had to back out real quick and go into defense mode, as he put it. The state fire marshal warned the smoke was definitely toxic. And when they had that evacuation and shelter in place, do not breathe it. The city announced the fire was fully contained Tuesday evening, but it is expected to continue burning and produce smoke, soot, and ash for several days. Now, the city said it doesn't know when it'll be safe to return in the evacuation area, but initial field testing results should be in about daybreak this morning. Health effects of the fire and the smoke still unclear, since officials aren't sure what actually burned. Their first concern is respiratory issues like shortness of breath, irritated skin, burning eyes. Richmond Community Schools have decided they will not have classes today due to the fire. All right, Monkey Gouger, yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, I had to jump back in here for a minute when I heard old Wheelchair Dave talking about Chef Boy RD. I'm going to tell you something. That guy was a hoot. We had a lot of names for him. Tony the Pizza Man, Chef Boy RD, you know, he was
meat market manager, seafood meat market manager for some Kroger store up there. I think it was Norcross.
Okay, I know
And,
he's down in Georgia. I think it's near Atlanta or something, or no?
Yeah, it's just right north of Atlanta. If I think that's where it was at, north. I got his phone number.
Is that
my
right?
old phone. I'm gonna charge it up, see if I can get a hold of him. But you know, we had a lot of fun with that guy, and I mean, he was a great friend to the truckers. I mean, he'd tell people, hey, you know, come on up in, drop by and park behind the store. We got security up here. I'll take you out to eat. And you want to spend the night, come over to the house. You know, I mean, there was a couple of guys on T-Bone. You just go by there and see him regularly.
Is that right?
And yeah, he'd go take them out to eat and stuff, you know. And I said, Bubba, if I come up there, you better get your billfold out, because I'm going to eat crab legs, lobster, filet mignon. You know, I ain't want to go to no store. I want you to cook it on your grill. Well, you come on by here. But you remember his favorite saying, she must be obeyed, talking about his wife.
Yes, she who must be obeyed. That was it. Yep.
She must. It brought back a lot of old memories when I heard him talk about him tonight. Because we used to get that cat a fit. He'd get on that barley pop, boy, and he'd go haywire.
I was going to say, he would knock down a few skull busters from time to time and call in. You could, he'd be lit.
He'd be lit. And then he'd get on the phone. We had the chat line there. He'd get on the chat line. Boy, we used to rub him raw, man. But he was a good sport. He was a good friend of the trucker. He respected us. The way he got Tony the Pizza Man, he made a bet one time them Reds was going to beat them Atlanta Braves.
Yeah.
And the Atlanta Braves slaughtered them. And he would go buy us all pizza. And he never did follow through that bet. We never did get no pizza out of him. But, you know, I tell you, he was a great guy. He was a lot of fun to be around, you know, hear him talk and boy, when he got juiced up, you never knew what he was going to say.
I remember.
But he was a lot of fun.
Yep.
But, you know, Steve, talking about all these killings and stuff, you know, these people go in and shoot these places up, and the police end up killing them. And, you know, think about the poor law enforcement officer that done his job of putting this evil out of his misery. Now he got to live with it.
Yeah.
And, you know, a lot of this stuff looked like to me suicide by police.
This guy, I think he was planning to die anyway. He knew this was going to be his, you know, last hurrah, but
USA News Update. Deputy Louisville Police Chief Paul Humphrey said the officers who responded to yesterday's bank shooting deserve all the recognition they get.
Anybody who gets shot at reacts. For people to react by staying there, staying in the fire, and going back inside the scene, keeping themselves in danger, that's superhuman.
Police released the body cam footage this afternoon, and it shows officers coming under heavy fire before shooting and killing the 25-year-old suspect. A lawsuit has been filed by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg to keep House Republicans from interfering in his case against former President Trump. Bragg is asking a judge to invalidate subpoenas that have been or will be issued by Congressman Jim Jordan. They are a part of an investigation into the DA's handling of the Trump case. And the Postal Service wants to raise the price of stamps to offset inflation. They're seeking approval to raise the price of first-class mail stamps by 3 cents to 66 cents. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, what do you say? How about some keywords? It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Brought to you by Hot Shot Secrets and TNCRadio.live. Yes, indeed, your chance to win $1,000 4 times every workday. TNCRadio.live. I've got your first 2 keywords of the day. Keyword number 1 here for Wednesday, the 12th of April, is smile. S-M-I-L-E, smile. Keyword number 2 this Wednesday morning is road, R-O-A-D. Well, see, that's your first 2 chances to win. Each entry is another chance. You get additional entries, 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Get those additional keywords at tncradio.live. Again, every keyword's another entry for the day's drawing. The $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. tncradio.live and Hot Shot Secret. Smile and road. Hey, did you get a chance to stop by there at, was Tom Kelly, were they broadcasting live there at the Chuck Show at all? Or I don't even know if they had a booth.
Yeah, they was over there in that west wing at the IDI booth there. They were taking a few interviews. He was doing a little interviewing. But Steve, they were talking about toting them guns while I go in truck. I've carried a gun in a truck with me ever since I've been driving. And I got caught 1986 over there at Manchester, Tennessee. And that was a no-no back in them days. I mean, that was a no-no. So they pulled me in. That guy come out there. He was cool, man. I mean, he was funny as hell. And he said, "You got a gun in that truck?" I said, "Yes, sir, I sure do." He said, "Where's it at?" I said, "It's in the sleeper, in the case." He says, "Is it loaded?" I said, "Sure is. Unloaded guns kill people." He said, "I like the way you think." He said, "Go get it for me." So I went and got the gun and unloaded it, handed it down there to him. He said, "I'm going to run a check on this thing and make sure it's legit."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Okay." Now, there's about 20 Tennessee DOT officers out there walking around, checking trucks and stuff. He comes back out and he said, "I'm going to give you this gun back." But he said, I want one excuse before I write you a ticket. Why you carry a gun?" I said, "Boss man, look at me." I said, "I got one arm, and at that time I was running all over the place. Chicago, New York City, all the bad places."
Yeah.
I said, "Yeah, I'm an easy target." And he said, "Here's your gun back." I said, "Oh, no, I ain't taking that gun from you and all these police officers. They might shoot the hell out of me." I said, "You take it and lay it back up on that seat." And I said, "We'll be along just fine." So he take it and laid it back on the seat. He said, "You do me a favor?" I said, "I'll do anything you ask me." He said, "Will you not load that gun?" And he said, he said, "You keep it loaded all the time." I said, I don't, it ain't never been unloaded." He says, well, you get wherever you going, you load it, put it back, put it under your pillow, whatever you doing to sleep with. And he said, "When you get up to drive, will you take the bullets out of it?" I said, "Yes, I sure will." So, I mean, he was cool about the thing.
Yeah.
Everything, it got by with it. But I'm going to tell you something. Back in them days, you got caught with a gun, it was bad news. So anyway, I just wanted to jump back in there and talk about old Sheriff Boy RD. I got his number. I'm going to charge that phone up when I get home and see if I can't dial him up, tell him give us a jingle.
That would be cool, yeah. Oh, Chef Boy RD.
Oh, piece of man. We'll catch you later, Steve.
All right, thanks for chiming back in there. Yeah, Horse Feathers brought up the vaccines after the billions of dollars we've already spent. We just announced the U.S. government, a.k.a. the U.S. taxpayers, is spending over $5 billion on an effort to speed up the development of new COVID vaccines and treatments, according to the Department of Health and Human Services. The investment being called Project NextGen, first announced by White House and Homeland Health and Homeland Security officials in an interview with the Washington Post, aims to provide better protection from coronaviruses, including the one that causes COVID-19, that might become future threats. While our vaccines are still very effective at preventing serious illness and death, they're less capable of reducing infections and transmission over time. New variants and loss of immunity over time could continue to challenge the healthcare system. So President Biden's administration will spend a minimum of $5 billion in collaborations with the private sector, an approach similar to that of Operation Warp Speed under former President Trump that accelerated the development and distribution in 2020. This project will accelerate and streamline the rapid development of the next generation of vaccines and treatments through private-public collaborations. This infusion of a $5 billion investment at minimum
will help to catalyze scientific advancement in areas that have large public health benefits for the American people. So there you go. Its focus is going to be on creating long-lasting monoclonal antibodies resistant to new COVID variants, as well as broader vaccines that could protect against several different coronaviruses. I see one last tidbit. The project also seeks to speed up the development of vaccines that produce monoclonal immunity and can be administered through the nose in hopes they can dramatically reduce infection and transmission rates. So that's the final word. That's where we leave things off there. And, well, what do you say, Rambler?
Well, praise God, Steve. And, man, glad to be back. Glad to be back to work. And glad to hear everybody calling in. Glad to hear from the Monkey Gouger. Glad to hear from my favorite steak sauce, 5-7. My God. So I think that you had a good Easter weekend, sir?
Indeed, we did, yes.
Yes, well, we did too. Over here at Determined Ministries Church, we had a pretty good service. Man, we had over 200 people chime in online and pay us a visit, and that made me real happy there. They got the gospel message. Praise God. You know, Monkey Gouger was talking about carrying a firearm. And I personally, I have one, and when I was on that New Orleans route, I definitely carried it with me. And most people say, well, Brother Rambler, aren't you a man of God? And you're supposed to rely on the Holy Spirit? Absolutely. And I do rely on my God's protection to put angels round about me to protect me. But, you know, there's some crazy folks out there in doggone New Orleans, and that was just, you know, I pray to God I never have had to pull it to use it. You know, I would never want to shoot or kill anybody. You know, I want to shoot them with the gospel message and get their life changed. The last thing I would ever want to do is have to pull a gun on someone. But if you went to some of the places that I had to go to deliver these all the parts, you had to have something. Carried a little Smith & Wesson 380, just something I could slip in my back pocket and get out and say, Lord, please don't let me ever have to pull this thing on anybody. You know, let this be a last resort. You know, let me, if someone wants to come and do harm, let me talk to them first and get the gospel to them. You know, and let this be a last resort in case some demon-possessed madman or madwoman who wants to come along and take me out of this world to keep me from preaching the gospel, let this be a deterrent to keep that from happening. But listening to 5-7 talking about the kids and medication. See, back in the 80s, they would give these parents to give these kids called Ritalin.
Ritalin, yeah.
And man, that was, oh my God, Steve, that was some horrible stuff. I mean, there was kids, you know, that would, I remember coming to school and they were like zombies, you know, and it really messed them up. I mean, these kids are now in their 40s and they really messed up from giving them Ritalin. Then they come up with Adderall. Steve, all Adderall is government methamphetamine. It really, that's all it is. It's government meth. That's what these college kids, they'll buy it online and they'll crunch it up, snort it, stuff like that, and make them stay awake and do their exams and everything like that. I had a relative on my wife's side of the family. He worked at a shipbuilding facility down in Mobile, and he just, you know, he had a problem with it. You know, he'd crunch it up, snort it, and you know, and boy, it almost cost him his marriage. You know, he finally stopped, and how when he stopped, he put on a whole bunch of weight. He went from being a beanpole to he put on a whole bunch of pounds. So praise God for that. But you know, I wonder how many people woke up, you know, hungover, holding their head, drinking that old devil's mouthwash, that God-forsaken Bud Light. You know, the devil's Kool-Aid, the devil's mouthwash, woke up. You know, how many times they sit there and said, you know what, I'm going to skip church, I'm going to get my Bud Light, and I'm going to get in my bass boat,
I'm going to get in my hunting stand, and I'm going to forget that God even exists. I'm going to pop the top on my Bud Light, and I'm going to go and forget about God. I'm going to be an American, and I'm going to drink this Bud Light and be a proud man. I wonder how many of them woke up, fooled by the devil. Now knowing that Bud Light is for people of Deuteronomy 22:5, and you go read Deuteronomy 22:5, you'll see exactly what it says and how it's an abomination to God. Praise God for that. The devil will get you one way or the other. Jerry Clower used a good example of this. Jerry Clower talked about how during the wintertime, Steve, they would let the hogs out. And during the summertime, he said Uncle Versi would go, and he'd have a couple of cobs of corn in his overalls. He said he'd get out there to the edge of the swamp, and he'd pick out a couple of pieces of that corn, and they come start following him back to that pig pen, eating that corn. Then he throw 4 or 5 cobs up in there. They go in that pen. Guess what? They got them. See, that's how the old devil gets you, with your Bud Light, thinking it's okay, you're all American. See, now it ain't so American having a transgender and having other transgenders and other sissies drink the beer that you thought you were a man to drink. Now you got to go back drink that god awful Pabst Blue Ribbon, and I tell you what, that's what. Steve, I ain't never liked that beer. That's the first beer I ever drank, and I didn't like it then. And I tell you, you go and you drink that Colorado Kool-Aid, that Coors Light. I don't know about you, but back in the day when I used to drink, if I needed to pass a kidney stone or flush my kidneys, that's what you would drink, because I swear, you would just rent it. You would drink about 2 or 3 of them, and you were just, you couldn't socialize with your friends because you were spending more time in the bathroom peeing.
Right.
And then look here, you still want to give the devil a chance, so you go find the micro brew. I laugh whenever Monkey Gouger called it the barley pop, because that's all a micro brew is. The little local breweries, they brew the micro brew. Well, my God, Steve, that thing, go next time you go to the grocery store, anyone that's listening, go there and look on the side of the bottle. Them things are about 30 grams of carbs per bottle. So my God, you're going to gain some weight. So, you know what? Just give God a chance. Get off the beer, get off the stuff like that, and get rid of the Bud Light and get on the gospel. Start drinking the gospel of Jesus Christ. I guarantee you, He will replace it. But Steve, sadly enough, there's a lot of people that are addicted, and they don't care what's on the side of that can. They're going to drink it regardless. But you know what? I ain't going to preach to you. I love you no matter what you are, what you look like. But you know what? I know it's kind of cool up there where you're at. I'm down here in Andalusia. It is 57 degrees, but Steve, I know it's getting pool time coming up soon. I know some of you listening to me said, Brother Rambler, you are crazy. I'm up here and up here in the Great White North. I'm going to tell you something. Summertime will be here before you know it. And guess what else will be here? Them mosquitoes.
Yeah.
And I know they're definitely coming. They're definitely coming. So you try and get your yard treated, get rid of them mosquitoes. And matter of fact, next time you think you want to pick up one of them school busters and you feel guilt, ask the Lord, do you really need to be doing this? Because He's already showed you the devil done tricked you, by putting a transgender on the side of a beer can. Maybe God's trying to tell you something. Maybe He's trying to tell you don't need to be doing that no more. Get rid of the beer and get the gospel put in you. Praise God. Steve, I love you, man. And I love everybody else out there. And I want to thank everybody that tuned in to Determined Ministries Church for our Easter resurrection service. Man, it really meant a lot to me. Steve, I took a big leap of faith and obeyed God when it come to opening up a church.
when I bought my house and my property, it was a 40 by 50 shop on it, and it used to belong to I don't live far from the Mobile International Speedway, and they still race out there. But the guy he used to own a race car. He built that shop. He used to build his race cars in it, and it's just kind of funny how the Lord moved on my heart. We didn't want a building forever, and we just cleaned up that old shop, got rid of all the clutter, and praise God, that old shop was meant for building race cars. You go out there and race for money. Now we got it built up, set up to now folks could come and race in and race for Jesus. Praise God, man. So, we took a big leap of faith in doing this, and I'm just so honored and proud, that God's using me, Steve. And, I got on the big spiel about Bud Light and everything. I'm just trying to be funny, but there are a lot of people who do suffer with alcoholism, and they say a 12-step program. Look, I know of a one-step program. That's one step towards Jesus. He'll take it from you. He'll take anything from you if you're struggling with something. And trust me, I know I've never been addicted to anything. Probably about food. I like to eat food. Monkey Gouger mentioned that old boy, Chef Boyardee. I'm like Monkey Gouger. You know what? Feed me some daggum lobster and some crab legs. I'm all right, But we just love you out there, God's children. And I appreciate all the nice messages and the phone calls and everything. And really means a lot for me to hear it. And, Steve, means a lot for us to be friends. And I'm going to try and make it to that truck show next year, probably bring Star Wars Dane and a little Rambler with me. So we'll try and get on up there, see you, and everything like that. But God's children, I want you to remember one thing. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And Jesus can love you, and he does. Old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And God's children, tune in tomorrow night for Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive. Steve, I love you, brother. God bless you, my man.
Have a safe day. Safe travels out there, Rambler. Yeah, he ain't a whole lot warmer there. And where's he at? Down south. It's 52 outside the bunker at this hour. Hanging in there on a Wednesday, hump day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Kind of a sad story out of New York. Stories that are becoming all too common. Fires related to lithium-ion batteries. 2 young people died in an explosion of fire in Queens on Monday. A blaze caused by a bike, electric bike's lithium-ion battery, according to fire officials. FDNY's chief of department said the way these fires occur, it's like an explosion of fire. Occupants have very little chance of escaping from the scene. Officials said the heavy fire conditions started on the first floor, traveled directly up the stairs. Of the 6 occupants upstairs, 4 were able to jump out windows and lived. 2 others did not survive. Apparently, a 7-year-old boy and his 19-year-old sister. The mother was not home at the time, but the electric bike was parked in the first floor vestibule, right at the front door. Chief said it looks like an extension cord had been run from the upstairs apartment down to the bike, being charged with what appeared to be an aftermarket charging device. Lithium-ion battery fires have increased dramatically, as we've noted in recent years. This e-bike fire in the Bronx, there was one here back last month at a grocery store that actually turned out to be a 5-alarm fire, 50 units, more than 200 firefighters to put that out. But they shared photos on Twitter showing ladders leading up to the second floor of the home where Monday's fire occurred. The charred remains of the bike and the battery that's believed to have started the fire. But the chief said today's fire marks our 59th fire this year caused by lithium-ion batteries. Now we're only into April, and this is New York alone. 59th fire for New York City. All right. Whatever you say, Mr. Biden, we're all going to go electric. How many will die? That's my question. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. On Tuesday, the Taiwanese foreign minister expressed concern that China's military drills near the breakaway island nation may indeed be preparations for an actual war. Those drills came just days before landmark military exercises were set, featuring thousands of U.S. and Filipino troops several hundred miles away. The U.S.-Filipino drills began Tuesday with a meeting of top U.S. military and Filipino leaders.
The commitments that we made today will spur even deeper cooperation to help ensure that we're poised to tackle the defining challenges of our time.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said the two countries are working together to bring greater security and stability to the region. The U.S. reaffirming its ironclad support for Ukraine in the country's war against Russia following leaks of U.S. intelligence. The statement after a leaked report showed U.S. intelligence officials were doubtful of Ukraine's success in likely counteroffensives, suggesting a longer drawn-out and expensive conflict might emerge there. The Biden administration, meantime, working to secure the release of a Wall Street Journal reporter detained in Russia. That's what President Biden told the parents of Evan Gershkovich on Tuesday during a phone call. The president made the call during his flight to Belfast. Police body cam footage of the Louisville bank shooting shows officers moving in to engage the suspect while encountering heavy fire.
I think I got him down. I think he's down.
The footage out Tuesday captures the moment police opened fire, killing the 25-year-old gunman. Police say after he killed 5 people and injured over a half a dozen, he laid in wait in the lobby for police to arrive. And the Manhattan District Attorney is suing Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan in an attempt to keep the House Judiciary Committee from interfering with his probe into former President Trump. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
There have been about 32,000 fewer legal abortions than what's typical in the 6 months since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. According to a new analysis from the Society of Family Planning, there were about 5,000 fewer abortions recorded per month, a drop of about 6%. In the 13 states that also established bans on abortions, they fell more than 95%. But in others, they ticked up a bit, suggesting those living in states with more restrictions are traveling to get the procedure. A Washington Post report claims Egypt was planning to produce 40,000 rockets for Russia and wanted to keep it a secret from the West.
We've seen no indication that Egypt is providing lethal weaponry capabilities to Russia.
That's what National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters Tuesday. His comment follows the report cited in a leaked U.S. intelligence document. Kirby said Egypt is a significant security partner and will remain so in the region. It could cost you more to send snail mail in the future.
The U.S. Postal Service wants to raise the price of stamps to offset inflation. They're seeking approval to raise the price of first-class mail stamps by 3 cents to 66 cents. Just back in January, they raised the price to 60 cents. I'm John Schaefer.
Before, it was bad drinking water from flooded sewers. Now, the trash is piling up on the street in Jackson, Mississippi, as city leaders fight over a long-term garbage contract. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour underway on a Wednesday. And we call it Hump Day. Mike. And it looks like, hey, is Twitter no more? Twitter has merged with a company called X-Corp. And it no longer exists, according to the federal filings reported by Forbes. On April 4th, the filing in California federal court showed Twitter Incorporated has been merged into X-Corp and no longer exist. It lists X-Corp's parent company as X Holdings Corp. X-Corp is a privately held corporation. Its parent corporation, X Holdings Corp. No publicly traded corporation owns 10% or more of the stock of X-Corp or X Holdings Corp. Twitter CEO Elon Musk had spoken about creating a super app similar to China's WeChat, which they described as an app that provides audio and video calls, one-to-one text messages, plus the ability to create group threads containing up to 500 people. There is no WeChat equivalent out of China, Musk said. There's a real opportunity to create that here. Okay. So Twitter, I guess it still works like Twitter, but it's not Twitter anymore. X-Corp. Well, what do you say, Double R? What's happening?
How you doing, Steve?
Well, I'm doing all right. I was thinking about you. I asked the princess what happened. You didn't make it to Louisville. What happened?
Well, we were dealing with a tornado where we were camping out. Was up there by Readyville, Tennessee, and they got hit with that tornado. That weather you were telling me about before we left.
I did.
And
I called him on we were actually on the way to Louisville. I called Double R and he said they're camping this weekend. I said, well, where are you camping at? I said, have you been paying any attention to the weather? I mean, things might get ugly. And well, sure enough. Okay.
Yeah, so that's we were dealing with that, and at the time we got everything straightened out, it was too late to even attempt to make the drive, and so we just kind of wrote it out, and, well, we'll get it next year, so I apologize on that.
Well, did you make it through the storm? Your trailer camper didn't get blown over or anything? You didn't sustain any damage?
No, everything went well. We were highly blessed on that, and but no, everything went well, and hey, Steve, did you see, no, you didn't see it, but we got a thing going on, and I just wanted to put it out. Maybe I shouldn't, but I'm going to. People are going around, especially with car haulers. This involves car haulers more than anything, especially the ones that haul the high-dollar cars.
Mm-hmm.
People are going around and putting battery-operated GPSs underneath by the batteries, and then they're coming back and stealing your vehicle, stealing your truck. we had one of our trucks stolen, and it had a battery-operated GPS by the battery box, which had a prototype Mercedes in it. And they found the prototype Mercedes, two guys riding around Miami in it. And we did find our truck, but I just wanted to put it out for drivers. Keep a good eye on your truck.
Are these it's become I think it's called air tags or something. I think Google makes them air tag. It's a little GPS tracking device. I mean, some parents are putting them on their kids' cars to kind of, track if they're actually going where they say they're going. I mean, some of the bad players out there are watching for like single women and putting it on their car so they can track them down and rape them. Is that what they used?
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what they're doing. So, but I just wanted to put it out there because I didn't want none of these other drivers to have to deal with what our company went through, and especially if they haul the high dollar ones, the high dollar vehicles, and but we're doing it again. We're on our way down here. We're in Florida right now, 60 degrees. I'm going across 10, headed east, and headed over here to West Palm Beach, Florida, to Barrett Jackson. We got another Barrett Jackson show going on, and we're headed over to it. And then I've been dealing with, sorry I haven't called or anything. I've been dealing with my blood pressure. It's been really stupid. And I went down to get my physical, and guy goes, "Do you feeling okay?" I said, "Yeah, I feel like $1 million. Why? What's up?" He said, "Man, your blood pressure is shot." I said, "What are you talking about?" I said, I said, "Well, I haven't taken my blood pressure medicine this morning, Doc." And he said, "Well, I don't think this is going to help you." I said, "What are you talking about?" My blood pressure was 210 over 105. He said, "Dude, you're about ready to have a stroke." I said, "I feel like $1 million, Doc." And I don't know what the reason was, but I got to go back and see my heart doctor again. So
I mean, well, isn't that like when you need to get to the hospital kind of zone?
Yeah, it was, and that's what he told me. He made me sit there for, I know, over an hour. He'd come in about every 15 minutes and check my blood pressure. "Oh, it's starting to go down a little bit." And I'm thinking, he goes, "What'd you have on the way here?" I said, "Well, I drank a cup of coffee because I knew y'all was going to do the piss test. And so I had to get a jump,
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Is that all?" I said, "Well, I had a cigarette, and but that was like 45 minutes before I got here." He said, "Well, just sit here a while, and I'll come back and check on you." And yeah, that was crazy. So I got to go back to all this rigmarole again. So I'm overjoyed. But it looks like you had a pretty good show, Steve, up there at
Yeah,
Matt's.
overall we did. Yeah, well, our booth setup this year was a whole lot nicer, being right there with the Hot Shot Secret, and you much bigger space to move around and whatnot. And yeah, had a great turnout there.
I seen Gail was there, and that was, I wish we could have made it. I like seeing Gail and Wanda and them, but well.
Mama was
maybe
there.
Next year.
Mama made it up too. She was there. She came up. I guess that was Friday. You were there for Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, they wasn't it her birthday or something?
Yes, it was. Yes, sure enough.
Okay, yeah, because mine was hers was what, Saturday? Mine was Sunday. Yeah, and I was wanting to get up there and be with you guys on my birthday, and it didn't happen. But
yeah,
maybe next year.
Right.
So it is what it is. But anyhow, I know you probably got a couple more callers trying to get in. So, but I just wanted to put that out. Drivers, keep an eye on your stuff. I don't. I'd hate to have somebody get their stuff stolen, over something like that, But anyhow, I just wanted to throw it out there, Steve. So
very interesting. All right, all this modern technology stuff. All right, let's see. Try to do a quick search here. AirTag. A super easy way to track your stuff. This may not be the one I was thinking of. Attach one to your keys, put another in your backpack. Just like that, they're on your radar in the Find My app, where you can also track down your Apple devices and keep up with friends and family. Maybe that is it. Misplacing something like your wallet doesn't have to be a big deal when it has an AirTag attached. You can play a sound on the built-in speaker by going to the new items tab in the Find My app, or say, "Hey, Siri, find my wallet." If it's hiding nearby, like under the couch or in the next room, just follow the sound and your search is over. If your AirTag is nearby, your iPhone can lead you straight to it. With precision finding, you'll see the distance to your AirTag and the direction to head in, all thanks to the ultra-wideband technology. When you've left something far behind, like at the beach or the gym, the Find My network, hundreds of millions of iPhone, iPad, and Mac devices around the world, helps track down your AirTag. And it's designed to protect your privacy every step of the way. How does that work? Your AirTag sends out a, quote, secure Bluetooth signal that can be detected by nearby devices in the Find My network. These devices send the location of your AirTag to the iCloud. Then you can go to the Find My app and see it on a map. The whole process is anonymous and encrypted to protect your privacy. It's efficient. There's no need to worry about the battery life or data usage. So I'm thinking that's probably what it is. They're attaching these little AirTags to a vehicle. And with that network, I guess they can actually pull up the map and show you, like in Double R's company's case, where the truck was parked with a high dollar car aboard. Just, wait for them to park at a hotel lot or whatever, go in, and you wake up in the morning and, hey, where'd the car go? All right, lines available, 844-844-3388. See if we can get to that Hillbilly. Hey there.
Hey, Steve. Thanks for letting me come back. I want to touch on what Eagle said. Making a 30-day wait ain't going to solve nothing. I mean, millions of gun owners are like me. My daddy gave me my first gun when I was 8 years old, and all together, I probably got 31, 32 guns in my collection out of the 40 years I've been owning guns. So why should I have to wait 30 days if I want to buy a new one? You know what I'm saying?
Right. I guess, people trying to think, in the case of an individual that, just gets a harebrained idea that they want to go buy a gun right now so they can take somebody out. Yeah, in that case, it might help, but in most cases, right, like I said, most of these events are pre-planned. The Nashville shooter had been contemplating and actually surveying her targets for months.
Right, but it's like going after the tool, but it's not going after the problem.
Yeah.
The problem's mental health. In this case, I don't know if he had a mental health. He just was pissed off. But, we'll never know on that one. But I just don't think it's a 30-day wait period's going to wait, because like someone said, if they waited this long, they'll wait 30 more days.
Yeah.
Kind of like that shooter down in Nashville. They should be planning it for, a year or so?
Yeah, exactly.
So I just don't think he'll solve nothing. That's all I got, Steve. Thanks for bringing me back.
All right, hey, thanks for chiming in, and we'll leave off there. Let me see here. Are you hanging with us there, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here, brother.
Yeah, I got a couple other things I wanted to say. I took a little bit of a nap about an hour ago, but I'm back up again. Yeah, Steve, I wanted to ask you about the situation there. Did you check on anything with the Chinese and what I mentioned in my first call? Did you hear about any of the movements that the Chinese is doing towards Taiwan with these exercises? You know, I understand. I didn't. What'd you say? What'd you say, Steve?
Yeah, they've had 3 days where they were, supposedly that ended like yesterday or the day before, where they were actually, it wasn't quite a blockade in the Taiwan Strait, but, boarding vessels and things. Now, if I believe the United States and the Philippines started a major exercise yesterday, Tuesday, and it's that involves like 16,000 plus military personnel, and that's kind of pissing off China even more.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this question, Steve. Let me ask you this. What do you think? Because Joe Biden, me personally, I don't think the guy's going to do anything. What do you think Joe Biden will do if China goes on ahead and goes into Taiwan? What do you think will happen happen there?
I have no idea, Eagle. I mean, it's the military leadership is the ones who kind of make their supposedly recommendations on what we can and can't do. Yeah, we've always had this vow to help Taiwan. We're supposedly trying to be rushing weapons and defenses and training their personnel how to fight back, but whether or not would we put U.S. boots, drop U.S. forces in there and actually get into a full-fledged U.S.-China war?
Yeah, like I said, it's a dangerous situation. It's a no-win deal. Because it could lead to, nuclear Armageddon. So, yeah, like I say, me personally, Steve, well, I better not say that, but like I said, I think that Joe Biden needs to take action. Because, see, here, it's kind of reminding me like Vietnam, Steve. It's harder to go into a country and get somebody out. Once they got their troops already into Taiwan, then the U.S., if a war does occur, they got to go into Taiwan and fight. These people are already entrenched. You got to go in and try to force them out to leave. It's better to stop it now before they even get their troops into Taiwan. It's better to stop them now than before they take over the whole deal. And then you gotta go in kind of like Vietnam, and that's why we didn't win that war to try to force these people out. So this is a very dangerous situation. But China knows that they're on the time clock, Steve. They realize that. They got to make a move before we have a new president if Trump gets back in the White House, because they know they won't be able to make that move. So they got, like I said, less than a year and a half to make a move, and I think that something is going to occur in the next couple of months. And it'll be up to Joe Biden to try to do something once it happens. And I just wanted to see what you thought if Joe Biden is going to take action if these people do go in and take over the island. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, there you go. I mean, I'm looking at the update here. Philippines, U.S. and the Philippines Tuesday launching their largest combat exercise in decades that will involve live fire drills, including a boat sinking rocket assault in waters across the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait that will undoubtedly inflame China. These annual drills by the longtime treaty allies, shoulder to shoulder is what they call the drill, running, I guess, now till April the 28th, involving more than 17,600 military personnel. This will be the latest display of American firepower in Asia, where Washington has repeatedly warned China over their increasingly aggressive actions in the disputed Sea Channel and against Taiwan. Now, the administration's been trying to strengthen an arc of alliances in the Indo-Pacific to better counter China, including a possible confrontation over Taiwan. That kind of dovetails with efforts by the Philippines under
President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to defend its territorial interest in the South China Sea by boosting joint military exercises with the U.S. and allowing rotating batches of American forces to stay in more Philippine military camps under a defense pact that went into place back in 2014. About 12,200 U.S. military personnel, 5,400 Filipino forces, and 111 Australian counterparts are taking part in this exercise. The largest exercise in the 3-decade history. American warships, fighter jets, as well as its Patriot missiles, HIMARS rocket launchers, anti-tank javelins would be showcased, according to military officials. We are not provoking anybody by simply exercising, according to a Philippine spokesperson. This is actually a form of deterrence. Deterrence is when we're discouraging other parties from invading us. I mean, in a live fire drill, the Allied forces would stage offshore for the first time. Logica and U.S. and Filipino forces would sink a 200-foot target vessel in Philippine territorial waters in a coordinated airstrike and artillery bombardment. We will hit it with weapon systems that we have, both ground, naval, and air. That location facing the South China Sea and across the waters from the Taiwan Strait will probably alarm China. But Philippine military officials said the maneuver is aimed at bolstering their coastal defense. It's not aimed at any country. This will test the Allies' capabilities in combined arms, live fire, information and intelligence sharing, communications between maneuver units, logistics operations, amphibious operations, according to the U.S. Embassy in Manila. So, as we all too well know, Washington and Beijing have been on a collision course over this long-season territorial dispute involving China, the Philippines, and 4 other governments. And, of course, Beijing's goal of annexing Taiwan by force if necessary. China just last week warned against the intensifying U.S. military deployment to that region. Saying this is only going to lead to more tensions, less peace, less stability in the region. We got a lot of vessels in the area. Monday, the U.S. 7th Fleet deployed the guided missile destroyer USS Milius within 12 nautical miles of Mischief Reef, a Manila-claimed coral outcrop, which China seized in the mid-1990s, turned into one of the 7 missile-protected island bases in the South China Sea's hotly contested region. Well, we'll get a news break. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. China may be preparing to launch a war against Taiwan, according to the Taiwanese foreign minister. Joseph Wu told CNN that China's military exercises simulating joint precise strikes on Taiwan has the smaller country wondering whether China is going to make a real move on it. Wu condemned Beijing for the threat. The comment on the very same day the U.S. began landmark military exercises with the Filipino military several hundred miles away.
Today, we're building on those bonds to bring greater security, stability, and prosperity to the Indo-Pacific for the next 70 years and beyond.
Picketing will resume Wednesday morning in the strike by Rutgers faculty. The strike by 9,000 professors, adjuncts, and teaching assistants will enter day 3 in New Jersey. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
The 53rd season of championship polling is rolling, and our competitors are ready to haul and wrench and drive their way to wins all across the nation. But for those who aspire to titles, the points are the point. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 2023 regular season is underway, with the first regional national event having been conducted over Easter weekend in Green Cove Springs, Florida at the Clay County Fair. We'll report those results next week, but for now, have you ever wondered how truck and tractor pulling determines its national champions? In typical stick and ball sports, you have leagues that are broken into conferences and or divisions, and you have teams that accumulate wins and losses. Usually, the teams with the most wins are crowned as champions and meet each other in the playoffs. Well, in motorsports, each participant is its own team, And the various divisions within each circuit typically consist of different kinds of vehicles, so they never meet each other on the track. Truck and tractor pulling is a bit different even from most racing series, as the championships are earned by the vehicle, no matter who the driver is, rather than the driver, no matter the car. This tradition dates to the early days of the sport, when several drivers would split time on the same pulling vehicle. So what must a vehicle do to earn its pilot or pilots a title? First, the vehicle must be registered with the NTPA office to earn points on only one of 2 national circuits. The Grand National Circuit includes events throughout the country, while the regional national level breaks the U.S. into regions to give those participants smaller geographic areas to traverse. A regional national vehicle can earn purse money at a Grand National event, and vice versa, but not points. From there, a vehicle earns 15 points toward the Grand National or a Regional National title just for entering the event and passing the on-site tech inspection. It earns 15 more by placing the highest among point earners at an event, 14 for placing second, 13 for placing third, and so on. And within a division at the GN level, or within a particular region, the vehicle that earns the most points by season's end is the champion. The cool part is that besides the prestigious national championships, truck and tractor pullers have other point-based awards for which to run. The most well-known is the Enderley Pull-Off, to be held this year on Saturday, September 16th in Urbana, Ohio. The Enderley invites the top 5 earners in each GN division, and champs and other top finishers by points from the RN circuits, and serves as our playoffs. Additionally, this year, our friends at Hot Shot Secret are sponsoring a bonus series across 6 Grand National events, where alongside the GN points, participants will earn points towards shares of a $30,000 year-end prize. Included in the 2023 Hot Shot Secret Challenge are the Farley Nationals in Farley, Iowa, the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin, the Lions Super Bowl of the South in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, the Fort Recovery Grand Nationals in Fort Recovery, Ohio, the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell, Iowa, and the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio. You can track every championship, Enderley, and Hot Shot Secret Challenge point race from the standings page at ntpapull.com all season long. So when you hear us congratulate our event winners, know that they just took a big step toward hoisting that coveted championship trophy at this year's awards banquet and reaching the pinnacle of our motorsport. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty, back at it here. A couple of other industry headlines. What do we see? Another week, another train truck collision. In this case, deadly. Officials in Colbert County, Alabama, confirming one is dead following a Tuesday train versus truck collision. That's still under investigation. It was this past morning in Tuscumbia, Alabama. According to reports, an eastbound Norfolk Southern train struck the truck that was making a turn at the railroad crossing of Highway 72. They did confirm one person was killed. The identity not released. I'm just assuming from that story it was the truck driver. But is the CB radio dead? Are those days done? Gone? Of course, now one of my interviews there in Louisville at the Mid-America Truck Show was the folks from Cobra Electronics, which I guess there's been a bunch of mergers, acquisitions. Cobra bought Escort and Beltronics, and then another company now purchased, I think was it Cedar Electronics, I believe was the name, that they're kind of all under the umbrella of. Cedar's the parent company now. But they had introduced, this brand new hot off the press, FM quality CB radio. Remember the days when you were first introduced to the FM broadcast, how much clearer the signal was versus, say, an AM signal with all the static and the background noise. That's what the premise of this is. And they made it sound like, most drivers still have the CBs in their truck. Not as many of them have them turned up. A story from CDL Life this past day.
This truck driver sharing his viral social media post about how his CB radio call for help was answered by two fellow drivers. Driver Paul Haney shared the story of his breakdown here just a few days ago in Texas, April the 9th. He says, to those saying the CB radio is dead, or they only run it when they need it, here's a little story for you from my early morning breakdown. This morning, I left Amarillo, Texas, headed east on I-40. I started smelling coolant and noticed some spray from under the truck. Well, I got it pulled over, realized I had a busted hose. Called the boss man and realized I can and will fix my leak while I'm in the middle of a thunderstorm. Get it fixed. So I go to my trailer side box to realize two of my jugs had holes worn in them. They were empty. Well, I grabbed my 1 gallon and all my bottled water I had in the truck. That wasn't enough to even get the truck started. I realized I'm in a bit of a pickle. I'm 10 miles from the nearest gas station. So I jumped in the truck, called out for anybody on Channel 19 for a driver in distress. I got one reply. I told him I needed water to get me to the next exit. I heard him calling out for any eastbound drivers to help. Well, about 5 minutes later, I heard the crackle on the CB asking about the driver needing help. Told him my location, and about 5 minutes later, he and another driver pulled up with about 3 gallons of water. Got my truck running. One of them actually followed me to the exit to make sure I made it. I offered both drivers money, lunch, anything I could do to return the favor, to which they both declined and told me to pass it forward, pass the help along. So he says, drivers, always keep your ears on. You never know when it could be life-changing for somebody. And to those two gentlemen that helped me with nothing in return, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Sincerely, Goose, it was signed. Many social media commenters took a moment to share how that story made them feel. One said, as someone with a family of truckers out there, this kind of warms my heart. Drive safe. Let's see. And another says, and that's why mine is always on. I've stopped to help several drivers with stuff like that. And I've had several ask if I needed help when I was down on the shoulder. One other driver said, I still holler at guys parked on the shoulder asking if they're all right. Even though 9 out of 10 times I don't get a response, but you just never know, said another. And one final story here from CDL Life. The canine to the rescue in Florida. Police in Ocala, Florida, sharing body cam video of a police dog helping to capture a man who had stole a refrigerated truck loaded with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of food items. About 10:40 on April the 9th, the Ocala police received a 911 call from a victim regarding a semi-truck that was stolen. This truck, like many today, was equipped with a GPS tracker. Police were able to locate the vehicle on Berkshire Oaks Plaza, about 2 miles from where it was stolen. Now, when the truck stopped at an intersection, the 39-year-old exited the cam, running from police toward a retention pond area. That's where the canine officer, Brinkley, and his canine partner, oddly enough, the canine partner, the dog's name was Diesel. How about that? Diesel arrived on the scene, navigating through the retention area to track down the suspect. The terrain, trees, sloped areas, water. Approaching a thicket of trees, Officer Brinkley spotted Mr. Roselle, waist deep in the water, with his back turned towards him. With his hands hidden from view, Officer Brinkley commanded the canine Diesel to take action, which led to the swift, successful apprehension of the suspect. The suspect was treated at the hospital for a dog bite and then taken to the Marion County Jail, where he is booked on charges including grand theft of a motor vehicle, grand theft of cargo, $50,000 or more, grand theft, dealing stolen property, and resisting without violence. Apparently, the truck had about $200,000 worth of meat and seafood products. They also discovered the lock on the trailer was cut, and a box of tuna fish had been opened. I guess that was his lunch, maybe? There you go. And our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you very much, 5-7. As you may have heard the phone ringing in the background there. He was telling me, hey, Steve, I think you need to reset those phones. I tried a couple times, getting nothing. Well, that would explain why the phone lines were clear. As soon as I reset the phones, okay. I got Vic coming up here, Wheelchair Dave back on board. Hey, first of all, happy Hump Day. Coffee up morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation of the great product of Staybill. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back. Yes, that fire in Richmond. Watching it on the local news last night. I mean, just crazy. Stay safe out there trucking today. That's Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. And Steve in Columbus on board. Morning, Mr. Summers. All the listeners, Wednesday. We're halfway done by the end of the day today. Yeah, really looking forward to some rest this upcoming weekend. Let's just hope the next couple of days go a little quicker than the previous two have. Nonetheless, the coffee's hot, the car's ready. Let's head into town, see what we can get into today. And I'm assuming Vic's going to be calling about, I had seen this, the shooter in the Louisville scenario, day before yesterday. At 25 years old, it was kind of like, I don't know if he was a star athlete, but he was, played football, played basketball, track and field, a lot of high school sports. Harvard-educated neuroscientist and former WWE wrestler Chris Nowinski says we need to do more to prevent traumatic brain injuries among student athletes. As we find out, the Louisville shooter had battled, apparently numerous concussion problems in his high school days. Yeah, he had so many concussions in football that he actually wore a helmet when he played basketball. Yeah, while nothing completely explains such a tragedy, it's time we need to recognize a pattern, says the co-founder and president of the Concussion Legacy Foundation. We have to do more to prevent brain injuries in kids. Now, this guy, as I said, competed in football, basketball, track at Southern Indiana's Floyd Central High School. And according to one of his teammates, suffered a number of concussions on the gridiron. There's even apparently an Instagram account supposedly that belonged to the shooter that used the handle Mr. Concussion. His teammate said, the best thing I keep going back to is in the first year of high school, we played football together, 8th grade. He was out most of the year. He had multiple concussions. Then he had a couple more in high school. I'm not saying that's the cause, but you can't help but wonder. Of course, they say traumatic brain injury. Yeah, some have been quick to suggest suffering from what they call chronic traumatic encephalopathy, which is a degenerative brain disease caused by repeated hits to the head, which has been linked to other violent crimes. This disorder, CTE, can only be diagnosed posthumously after they're dead. Yeah, no medical authority has yet made that assertion about the shooter, but undoubtedly they'll be looking at that. Now, the doctor did point out in a follow-up tweet, there are recorded links between traumatic brain injuries in young people and violent crimes. You can't help but wonder, might that have played a role? Thanks for sharing that, Vic.
Yeah, my wife, I think she said that his dad was a Floyd Central coach there, so I didn't really verify that. But 5-7 was talking about that ADHD drug.
Mm-hmm.
That's the drug of choice whenever finals happen around the college campus, and also among computer programmers. It does have effect on people, but it also causes them to concentrate. So I don't think it really makes them, what you would say, go crazy, but it does have effects on some people. So I don't know what happened to his nephew, I think it said, but
yeah, it wasn't it wasn't the Ritalin, the one that was. I mean, Ritalin, I think, was the original. He tried to calm the kids down thing. It was the other one that he referred to as like a government meth kind of thing.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with that one, but I know that my daughter's a pharmacist, and she was talking about, how somehow they're always trying to get a hold of it. At one time, they were even publishing things on Craigslist, wanting to know if anybody could
really
had any Ritalin for sale.
I'll be darned.
Yeah,
So-
Craigslist was.
So you're saying it is Ritalin that actually gives them a boost in thinking or something, or concentration.
Right, it caused them to concentrate. And whenever you're computer programming, I gave up on that years ago. That just wasn't my cup of tea. But you just have line after line after line and repetitive and everything else. My hat's off to anybody that can withstand that. But that it does cause people to concentrate better. And if they're not, hyper anyway, but if they're hyper, it kind of slows them down. But the bad part about it is a teacher can pretty well say, this kid's hyperactive and, he needs this or that for the school, and the school nurse will basically write out a prescription. And that's the way it used to be. I don't know if it's changed much or not, but real quick, I know other people are wanting to get on. Double R was talking about that deal with putting those trackers on. I don't know if that would work on a semi or not, but you can get a jammer that to put on your vehicle that would jam anybody that if they try to put a tracker on your vehicle. But with the Qualcomm, and I know right to last, I had to haul some whatever they call them, sensitive loads or whatever, and they would always put a lock on there, and that lock had a sensor on there. If anybody broke that lock or anything else, the company would know about it right away. And I know when you haul groceries for Walmart, or used to, you had to have a reefer that would send a signal, and they could track, your temperature and everything else. So I don't know if that'd work or not, but I know if you're hauling something high dollar, it's more aggravation to me. It was more aggravation to me than what it was worth. So anyway, another thing too, I was going to say, I kind of screwed that up the other night when I was talking about all that stuff, but basically what happened was a group in England realized what was happening. A guy in Asia filed bankruptcy, and they just happened to realize what was going to happen. And the guy in Asia, I think I sent you a list on that.
Yeah,
and
you did.
Okay, so as you can see from that list, he tried to buy himself out or trade himself out with the markets, and China shut everything down and caught him in the gap. And
now and I guess the link you shared said he's come up with like 105 different charges. All right, hey, I've got to close it out there as we wrap things up on a Wednesday. Be safe, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream.